And we are live. So welcome. This is Afshin at Streaming Truth. And tonight we're talking about the warrior ethos of Islam and the philosophy of conquest. Give me 1 second, guys. I think I have to turn my other mic down. Sorry. So we are talking about, as I mentioned, the warrior ethos of Islam. And while Pope Leo is urging the West to live peaceably with Islam and even doing things like opening private prayer rooms for Muslims in the Vatican Library, Islam doesn't see it that way. They have a different worldview, a different ideology. And Islam lives by a warrior ethos and a conquest philosophy. Their openly stated intention and agenda is the submission of the world to the will of Allah, whether by literal conquest or mass migration and a change in demographics. And so while we separate the Muslim from Islam as an ideology, to the Muslim we preach Christ crucified and risen, and welcome them into the kingdom if they profess and repent and believe the gospel. But Islam itself is quickly filling the vacuum left by the absence of Christianity in a liberal, atheist, secular state that we're seeing increasingly overwhelm our Western culture. And so we're going to take a look at some videos. I'm going to get some reaction from my guests. We have a lot of material tonight. This is a long-form discussion, but without further ado, let me introduce my guest tonight. I've got Alex Estrada from Faith the Nation, and I have his channel link in the description. So please, everyone, go in and subscribe and join. And also, my good friend Megan from The Eclectic Journalist, which some of you should be familiar with by now. So let me just open it up to you. Alex is the guest tonight, so let's open it up to you. Say hello, introduce yourself, and then we just want to dive right in to some of the topics in the videos. Tell us where you're coming from, brother.
Afshin, just first and foremost, thank you for having me. Blessing to be here. I've been seeing some of your stuff. Obviously, we've been Facebook friends for a little while now. And so I really like the content that you're doing, and great to be here and collaborate with you. Right now, I just recently moved from Orlando, Florida, over to the great state of Texas, which, you know, I believe the Lord is leading me here, and I'm definitely praying on where I'm going to set up shop to actually do some ministry. Obviously, I have a channel called Faith the Nation, which, you know, I just believe that God gave me that. It was, I feel like Christians should be very involved in politics. We should utilize our voice, not just in the church pews or in the pulpits, but in the ballot box, you know, at the voting booth. If all the Christians were unified, as you know, God wants us to be unified in the Spirit, then we should have a really strong voice in America. And the politicians should be running to the Christians and see, what policies do we want? How should we, you know, what law should we enact in Congress, right? Mr. Christian, Miss Christian, like, what are you wanting to see? That's how much of a powerful voice Christians should have. And unfortunately, we don't, Afshin. And I believe it's this. If I just really just finish this point, I believe that there's two things that the devil tells people you're never supposed to talk about. If you have friends or at the dinner table, there's two things you never talk about. What are those two things?
Religion and politics, right?
And those are the two things we should be talking about. So anyways, that's enough of me.
Well, thank you, brother. Thank you. I really appreciate that perspective, because that's already very controversial for some Christians, because there is a community with, you know, of Christians that really believe, let's just stick to the preaching of the gospel. Let's just stick to, you know, spirituality and focusing on God and Christ. And there is a lot of validity to that, in that that needs to be, you know, by far and away the focus of our lives and our ministry. But at the same time, there is a reality where we are commissioned as the church to go out and do good works, first of all, and to be a light unto the culture and shape that
Amen.
culture and be the salt.
Yeah.
So I'm fully on board with that. I'm glad you have that perspective. So so thank you, brother. And then Megan, why
Amen.
don't you say hello, and then we'll jump into some videos and get the discussion started.
Hello?
I can, yes, I can hear you.
Can you guys hear me? Okay, I think I had like a mute on or something. But yeah, I'm happy to be here again. Everything is, you know, I agree with everything you guys are saying. I honestly feel like our politicians just really should enforce the law. I would be happy with them enforcing the laws that we have already on the books. That would be wonderful. And then, yeah, there's all kinds of things I would like them to do. And they should, we should be a powerful block that politicians have to pander to. That is for sure. So
Amen.
Amen. So far
Amen.
we are in agreement. That's pretty good.
Amen.
So with that, let's go ahead, and I'm going to share a video. It's just a springboard of discussion, just a few minutes. We don't want to just watch videos all night, but we want to discuss. So let me begin with a video from Ali Tabrizi, and this hits really close to home because this is right here, I believe. I think this video is the one from the state of Texas. We see the Islamification of Texas happening. We see the Islamification of New York with Mamdani, and, you know, like the Eid celebration that they had recently, and the Islamification of Minnesota, Michigan, the UK. I mean, it is, like I said, they have a warrior ethos and a philosophy of conquest. And that's something that a lot of Christians don't really understand. When you have this sense of, let's get together and have peace and kind of be kumbaya, well, Islam sees that as a sign of weakness. And it's like, you're just basically offering your head to them. But let's go ahead and play, and then we'll discuss a little bit.
Now, when it comes to Texas, how many of us would have ever thought that there was a huge booming Islamic presence now growing in Texas? Many of us think of Texas as the absolute heartlands of American sort of Bible Belt Christianity, conservatism. However, this is the bullseye for Islamism. This is the place where Islamism most wants to take over. Now, when I show you a video clip like this, how many of you would have assumed this would be in Pakistan or in Iran or in Afghanistan or somewhere like Syria or Iraq? This is actually Texas now. This is what Texas looks like. This is in Irving. This is in Houston, where you have this kind of loud, kind of militaristic Shia Islam Ashura procession taking place. This is the religion where the Ayatollah of Iran, Khamenei, is essentially the leader, right? He's the Ayatollah of Shia Islam of Iran, and he's looked up to as this spiritual figurehead of these people now living in Texas. Now,
real quick before we go on, guys, when I see these guys hitting their chests like that, that's like, it's like it really hits me hard, because this is a very Shia Muslim type of thing that I've actually witnessed myself, like being born in Iran. When I was like at a young age, like 4, I've seen stuff like this in person, where they're hitting their chests and their backs with metal chains during the month of Ramadan.
Wow.
And really self-deprecating. It's really hardcore. It was really traumatic for me as a kid to actually see that. And see some of even one of my uncles participate, which was absolutely shocking to me, because I had no real awareness of this kind of Islam, which is actually the true Islam in many ways, if you're following it. But this is right here in the state of Texas. So let me finish the video, and then I'll come back to you guys for your comments on what you're seeing.
Now, rest assured, these people would have said nothing about all the 40,000 plus protesters in Iran who were just massacred by the IRGC. Okay, these are people who are traitors to America, traitors to American ideals, values, and who want Sharia law. They want Texas to look like the Islamic Republic of Iran, because this is what Islam does. This is what they want. This is what Sharia law is. Except in the same way that communists never admit that their ideas have indeed been tried and that they always do lead to destruction. They always claim that it was never tried properly before. So what they do is they go from one country after the next, destroying the country and then claiming that the Sharia law wasn't implemented properly, and then they go and bring it to every other nation. This is why Europe is falling, and this is why places like Texas are starting to look like this, where we have the Palestinian fetish now being taught to these kids in schools, where they're at these Islamic institutions where, rest assured, they're being radicalized to hate America. Okay, this is in the heartland of Texas.
All right. So it scares me to see that in America, honestly, because this is what I saw happening in Iran. In Iran, if you guys have looked back in the pre-1979 videos and photos, it's modern. There's like modern men and women in suits and dresses and bikinis on the beach and making music and dancing and singing. And overnight, you know, it turned into what we're seeing here. And now we have the Islamic regime that we have. But what are your thoughts when you see something like this? I know, Alex, you mentioned the Texas, the super center, super neighborhood. Isn't there like 400 plus acres of land being allotted to a Islamic neighborhood and mosque and center?
Yeah. So it's called EPIC. Essentially, it stands for East Plano Islamic Community, and it's headed by the East Plano Islamic Center. Man, you caught me off guard. I can't think of his name, but I'll come back to that. But Yasser Qadi. If you're familiar with the Imam Yasser Qadi, he's pretty popular within the Western Islamic community. That does dawah. So he's very famous in that regard. I guess you can say he's kind of like a Muslim. What's the word I'm thinking? He's famous, I guess. But anyhow, yeah. So that's happening in Plano, which is a suburb of Dallas. But it's not just there. I mean, it's all over the Dallas-Fort Worth metroplex. Obviously, we're seeing Houston is being overrun. I mean, just pick any major city within Texas, and there's mosques that are going up all over the place. I mean, and it's, like back 10, 15 years ago, I mean, it's practically tripled and quadrupled since then. And so they're not slowing down. There's a real plan to take over.
Yeah, and I definitely want to get into that plan to take over, because it's not accidental. This is a part of the ideology of jihad, whether through literal conquest and war or through mass migration like we saw in the UK. I mean, the levels that we're seeing it here now in the United States is what I remember UK being 10 years ago or 15 years ago. And I remember back then warning people, warning Americans, I'm like, we're always 10 to 15 years behind Europe in the trends. And so Europe is a warning to America, and people have not been taking heed. I mean, not most people. But, getting back to this Islamic center in Texas, it's supposed to be, like thousands and thousands of homes that are geared towards creating a Muslim-only community. Now, they're not going to come out and say it's Muslim-only, because that would be illegal. But de facto, by practice, by what's going to actually happen is you're going to start to get, potentially, it could become a no-go zone if it goes on long enough. They're going to have a mosque there. They're going to have a madras or a school, like an Islamic school. They're going to have Islamic shops. It's going to be like halal food, and they're going to be selling like the headscarves, the Palestinian stuff, and everything else. So it really personally hits hard with me because of my background as a Persian, who's an American citizen, who left Iran in 1978 before the revolution, the Islamic occupation. And so I've seen my whole life the stark contrast between Islam and the West, So it's a major problem, and it's not only Texas, like you're saying, but here also it is in New York. Look at this video, and then we'll get some more reaction. This is New York, guys. There's Mom Donnie.
Notice they're mostly African.
That is true. That is true. A lot of North African Muslims.
I also want to extend my congratulations to the brothers and sisters
all
who have
parts
just
of
completed
Africa.
Hajj. May you bring your renewed sense of hope home to all of us. Today, as we honor the Prophet Ibrahim, may peace be upon him, and his willingness to sacrifice, we reflect on our responsibilities to one another.
Guys, look at the crowd.
To those that need it most.
Look at how many are there.
What I love about Eid al-Adha is that it is a reminder that sacrifice is not a burden. It is not a rigid equation where one party leaves with more and the other with less.
And there's a little bit of socialism sprinkled in as well. So what do you guys think? This is so wild to see this here in New York. This isn't...
Well, okay. So first of all, why are the politicians allowing this to happen, especially in a place like Texas? Why are they allowing it to happen? Does anybody know?
Good question.
Yeah. Well, so just I've been obviously, I guess that's kind of like what I need to do a little more research on it. But like people like Greg Abbott, who's been a kind of on the surface, kind of anti-Islam and securing the Constitution and that they're forbidding Sharia. But I've heard some rumors. It's not confirmed, so I'm not trying to say that I've looked into it, but I've heard some people that are pretty credible on X that have come out and said that that some of his biggest donors, Greg Abbott, who's a Republican conservative, some of his biggest donors are from Pakistan. Wow. And so they're Pakistani Muslims, and so there has to be some kind of political allowance on the political side, and obviously Plano's pretty liberal. Dallas, the major hubs, are pretty liberal anyway, but that's just what it is.
Yeah, so in 1965, they passed the Hart-Celler Act in Congress, and that was a bipartisan, meaning both the Democrats and the Republicans wanted it, which changed our immigration, the way we took in immigration, which before it was very selective, and they could only really come from European countries and not these Muslim countries and stuff like that. They changed it in 1965. Nobody wanted it. The population didn't want it, and they guaranteed and promised us that it wouldn't change the demographics of the country. Now, when I say stuff like this, I get labeled far right. I get labeled all kinds of names because, but I am.
Yeah, that's just a tactic,
I'm actually of the heritage stock of this country from the founding fathers. You know what I mean? So my family came over here in the Mayflower. One of my direct descendants was the guy who put that whole thing together and then became the governor of Plymouth Rock. Okay. So what I see is the bastardization of the Constitution and the way that the founding fathers put this country together. Now, I'm not completely against immigration, of course, but it's supposed to be done properly and in a proper way with respect to the people who live in the country and the demographics. Like, you don't want sharp demographic changes. And that's why in the youth, we're getting very we're getting these white nationalist, pro-white movements with the young youth because they see that the politicians are screwing them over every way.
It
And they
breeds
feel like,
racism, doesn't it? It
yes,
actually
Yeah.
it's a
yeah.
backlash against
Yeah,
the
they see their jobs getting taken, they see they're getting pushed aside, they're being called all these horrible names and the evils of all society from a young age in these schools. And so it's really frustrating to them, which then is causing this, extremism on the right. And then nobody actually listens to what they say and just labels them, not neo-Nazis or whatever, even though they really, if you listen to them, don't actually hold the ideology and philosophy of fascism in the 1930s, right?
yeah.
Yeah.
And
So,
we could
so,
definitely get into mass migration.
so then in the 1990s, we had the Refugee Act, and that's what allowed a lot of these Somalians and all these people in, and they brought them in through the government gives the NGOs all this money, which probably goes back to the politicians too somehow.
it does.
And
Yeah.
it's like Catholic charities, Jewish organizations, etc., that bring all these people over, and they put them in certain areas rather than dispersing them in a logical way. They put them in certain areas in very large numbers. And so
That's exactly what we're
the
seeing in the UK, Megan, where like in Manchester, 1 out of every 3 people are Muslims right now. Because even though it's a minority of Muslims in the UK, for example, like we talked about last time, they're concentrated in certain, cities like Manchester and Liverpool and different areas where they are becoming the majority in those major cities. So it's a real problem.
Right. And
One,
all of this ideology actually comes from the post-war consensus after World War II, where they put together the liberal international order, okay, under like Woodrow Wilson and then Roosevelt and stuff. They put all these things into place because they are so they're in their mindset, they're so afraid of nationalism because of what happened in the 2 great wars, that they think that we have to completely degrade nationalism, degrade like the love for your country, for your people, etc., because if you don't, you're going to get another Hitler. And then that's when they came up with the idea of multiculturalism because they want to degrade the nation state so that we never war.
Who is they that you're talking? This is the neoliberals, or who are we talking about?
This was just the elite people that were in
the
charge
elites,
after World War II. So like our, presidents, our leaders, our whatever, and
the
they
British
like
Empire.
Yeah.
well, the United States was the head of it, but it's called the Liberal International Order. And like, that's where we got the UN. First, they tried to make the League of Nations, then they made the UN, then they made the financial system that was global. So there is a plan that infiltrates on both sides of the aisle.
Right.
Okay. That
Yeah.
they want to cause a mixture of people so that we don't have nationalism and pride for our country,
Okay,
and that
interesting.
we're degraded.
So it leads to globalism and global hegemony and things like that. But yeah, you're
Correct.
diving in deep right off the bat, Megan.
Yeah. I want to just jump in real quick. What Megan said,
Yeah.
it was what you said, Megan, was absolutely true. Is that what happened in society is that there was this big push on liberalism, atheism, anti-God, so much so that and obviously with the globalization of America, this immigration, mass immigration, so much so that you were talking about what happens is it produces this white Christian racist nationalism. And so think of it like this: the further left that we go, we're pushing a pendulum. Society is pushing a pendulum so far to the left that when it slips, and where do we think it's going to swing to? It's going to swing all the way to the opposite side. And that's what's happening.
It moves in extremes like that, doesn't it?
Yeah,
And
yeah.
that's one thing we don't want. Like it's such a delicate balance because we don't want to become like white nationalist, like I call it vanilla, where it's just like everywhere you go, it's like the same thing. And there is no sense of different cultures, different foods. Like, I don't know, like where you're from, brother, ethnically or originally, but and I'd love to hear. But I love having different cultures and different foods to try, and different experiences, and hear different stories about different nations, and travel and do all of that. But it has to be done, like Megan was saying, it has to be done the right way. Like when my family migrated here in 1978, we didn't just like cross the country illegally and then claim refugee status and get asylum. Like, we had to provide paperwork to show that, one, we could either support ourselves and we had a revenue, some kind of revenue and stream of income, or that we had somebody that would sponsor us who did, so we wouldn't be a drain on the system. And then we come in and we integrate, and I respect it. Like, I saw it as like, this is my host country that was gracious enough to take me in. And I didn't even consider myself really fully American and integrated in until I got a little bit older. Like, I had to like almost like earn that in some way, and then when I was 18 years old, I became a US citizen, and I love the country. I'm patriotic. And that's what you do see from a lot of Persian Americans, but you're not seeing that from this. This isn't a simulation. What we're seeing on
So Iran is a country that assimilates well. There are certain Asian countries that have been coming here for like since the end of the Vietnam War that like are Laosian, and they integrate very well and are very productive and well to the society. People from Mexico, even in South Latin America, can come in when they do it properly, and they will assimilate well. But the countries that they are like just pouring into our nations, that are Somalian, Pakistani, Indian, all those things, they do not assimilate well. And the Indians, people don't pay attention to as much because they're not out here doing all this nonsense, but they infiltrate the tech world. Then they only hire their family and friends, which is pushing out Americans from the tech industry. Do you see what I'm saying? That's why there's a lot of anger going on with that. And so there's just so much going on with all this.
You bring up a really great point, Megan, because the ethnicity isn't the problem, and the race isn't the problem. Neither is ethnicity. The problem is Islam. It's fundamentally a difference in ideology. All the Persians that were escaping Iran, they were escaping Islam. So that's why we could come here and assimilate and not bring Islam with us, and respect the culture, respect its ways. And, and same with, like I have like Hispanic friends, Asian friends, Black friends, whatever. Like, it's not about race. It's not about ethnicity. It's about ideology. And that's where I wish people would understand that, so we wouldn't have this pendulum reaction of white nationalism, which is on the rise. I mean, I hate to admit it as a Christian, as a conservative, as like MAGA, but like, it's a reaction to it.
One of the things that really bothers me about the white nationalism is they use a guise of Christianity. It really gets under my skin. You have some of these influencers, and I don't know if we name drop here, so I'm just going to be respectful. I'm not going to name drop, but there's a Christian influencer, a white nationalist influencer who's going out and doing these very provocative style quote unquote outreaches to combat Islam, and he uses the guise of Christianity.
That's Jake Lang. Okay, so that guy.
We can name drop. Yeah. Well, okay. I didn't know we could name drop. I didn't want to do that. But
I am the professional of all the far right groups because I watch all of them, and and a lot of people, because they don't watch all of them, they will label some of them certain things. Like for example, Nick Fuentes gets labeled as a white nationalist all the time. He is not a white nationalist. He actually calls
his last name is Fuentes. His last name is Fuentes.
he does. I don't want. Let's not get off on Nick Fuentes, but he does rub me the wrong way. To be honest,
yeah, I understand, like, of course, but I'm just saying, like, people will get labeled things that doesn't actually apply to their ideology. So I actually know everyone's ideology. That Jake
Yeah.
Lang guy is an imposter. He got arrested in the January 6th thing, and he was doing
Yeah.
really weird stuff in jail. And so, and there was all this evidence that put out that he might be an informant. Like, so what the feds will do sometimes, or like the ADL or the SPLC, is they'll hire these ridiculous guys to go out and like make these movements look really bad and racist. So a lot of nobody likes him on the far right. So he's some kind of like plant doing all this ridiculous, crazy stuff. So
yeah, Alex, you're treading in Megan territory there, because that's a lot of what she covers.
No, well, I mean, yeah, well, for me, again, it's when you call yourself a Christian, and yet, like in the same words that you're naming the name of Christ, and then you're dropping F-bombs, like you're not a Christian. I mean, I'm sorry, I hate to be that blunt, and I don't really hate to be that blunt, to be honest.
Yeah.
I'm pretty blunt. Okay, I call it like I see it a lot of the times, and so you have these fake Christians out there. Even
like privately, like, do you never cuss? Well, we shouldn't even get off on that topic.
No,
yeah,
I don't.
Oh, that guy is a fake. That I don't even think he's a Christian, and he might actually even be
fake Christian.
Jewish.
Yeah.
Like, but
yeah, he's a fake Christian. He's not Christian.
He's a provocateur that is working for somebody. I'm telling you right now.
Yeah,
I believe you.
Let's go to this. Let's go to the next video, because some of these videos that I've pulled up, it really encapsulates like that warrior ethos that I was talking about, because Islam really is, if you're a true Islamist, now if you're like your nominal Muslim, I have family who are nominally Muslim. They'll say, oh yeah, I'm Muslim. I believe in Allah and this, that. I have friends and family like that, but they're not Muslim. Like they don't like go to mosque or follow Sharia or do, any of that really. And they're, they'll be drinking or whatever. And, so they're not, there's the cultural Muslim, just like we have the Christian. But if you're truly an Islamist and you understand that Islam is really, it is about that struggle of jihad, which is, submission to Allah. Right. And so if you submit to Allah, you're a Muslim. A Muslim is someone who submits to Allah. And so the idea is jihad, whether by conquest, literally by the sword, or whether by mass migration and change of demographics like we're seeing. So let's get back. Let's check out this guy. He is
so seeing
here, let me remember
Islam from
give me one sec.
People who
I forget his name, but
I've seen video clips where both Tucker
listen.
and Candace and others are basically softening. It's like they're softening towards Islam as they're hardening against Israel. Thoughts?
Yeah, that's terrifying. The biggest threat to the West for the past 1,400 years has been Islam. It's been the Islamic world. And Christians have fought tooth and nail to defend our civilization for centuries. And now the secularists are here and they're opening the door, letting them flood in, and they have no idea what they've done. This is not a culture like ours. Muslims are not coming here to assimilate. If they do assimilate, it's because they've deconverted. Islam is not a religion that can assimilate. It's a religion based on conquest. It's a religion based on authoritarian regimes. It's a religion that promotes and encourages slavery, even sexual slavery.
How does it do that? How does it promote sexual slavery?
The Quran and Muhammad said that if you were at war with the infidel and you attack and kill all the men, those women in those villages, you've captured them in war, you can take them as your sex slaves.
It says that in the Quran.
So it says the women, it says those that your right hand possesses. They are you, and that there's no limit on that. You can have 4 wives in Islam, but there's no limit on as many sex slaves. So slavery is good to go in Islam.
How would a Muslim respond to that?
That depends on the Muslim. Some of them will hide it.
Before we go too far, it really is. There's slavery, especially sexual slavery, is a thing. Like I heard one of the stories from inside of Iran one of the protesters was taken. It's kind of a long story. I'll try to give you the short of it, but they were captured, went to Evin prison in Iran. First, she described how there were wounded people like laying all around her for hours, hoping that someone would come to treat them and help them. And instead of, this was like recently, like in this January during the Iranian People's Uprising, and instead of people coming to help them, they came and they basically shot the wounded because they didn't have to deal with them. And then and this is kind of a horrid story, so I apologize, but they first did that, and then they took her, and she went to prison, where someone else came out and said to her, basically, you are now our sex slave, because you are halal. They called her halal. And so they're raping, they're pillaging. You've got like the migrant, gang rapes, and you've got all of this, because to them, if you're an infidel, if you're not Muslim truly, then you're fair game. It's by conquest. So didn't mean to get like totally dark there, but it just that triggered my my memory of that story. All right, let's continue here.
Some of them will just be like, yeah, and that's a good thing.
Really?
Yeah, I've seen it done.
Am I right in thinking that a Muslim contacted you and said they wanted to debate you on child marriage?
Yeah, his name is Daniel Hakikachu. He's the world's leading defender of child marriage. And I watched the debate, David.
But first of all, what was it like when someone challenged you to a debate? Sorry, I should not laugh. But I would think I was being punked if someone challenged me to a debate on child marriage. I think the first thing I'd do is like, wait, you don't think I believe that, do you? I don't believe that. Oh, wait, you believe that? You want to say that?
That's kind of what happened. But yeah, so the build up to that is I watched the debate between David Wood on the topic, and I just sort of made some tweets about how horrible it was. Well, then he found the tweets and got mad, and so he challenged me. I challenge you to debate child marriage. And I was like, and I have a daughter. She was like 6 or 7 at the time.
So Aisha's age.
Yeah.
Wasn't Aisha 6?
She was 6 when she was married to Muhammad,
yeah.
And then consummated when she was 9. But something, when he challenged me, something like ticked in my father brain, like something primal urge came up. And I like stopped what I was doing, and I just started researching the child marriage, because I'm like, yeah, I'm doing this. He's going down. This is.
Yeah, like that really is a thing. And to me, child marriage, the fact that Muhammad married a 6-year-old and consummated that marriage when she was 9, like that's the end of the religion for me. Like that's all I need to know. How are people so deceived by this?
Well, Afshin, unfortunately, this is just a fruit of Islam. And that's why, like, anybody who is a practicing Muslim, they're going to uphold these types of ideologies. They're going to affirm these. They're going to say, well, it can, or yes, you can, or whether they do it or not, that's going to be up to them. But if they're honest, if they're an honest Muslim, then they're going to say, yes, Aisha was 6 and then the marriage was consummated at 9.
Yeah.
If they're honest.
It's in their own writings. Like there are narrations from Aisha describing her age and her relationship with Muhammad. And this is accepted scholarship. It's accepted within Islam itself. So the ones who are true believers, like they know these stories. And the problem is, if they were to come out and condemn it, they're essentially saying that Muhammad, their prophet, was wrong, was evil.
100%. 100%. You know what? And there's one more. I'm going to go one step further on that. I don't know if you're aware of the Sunnah or the chapter about divorce in the Quran.
Only a little. I just ran across that recently. Go ahead and elucidate us on that.
Yeah. So it's the chapter 65, verse number 4 in the Quran, where it's giving the ordinances of like when a man can enter into a intimate relationship with a woman, whether they were from their divorce specifically, and it gives 3 categories of women. and they base it off of menstruation. So they say if they have menstruated, then their period is 3 months. And then it says if there is no more menstruation, their period is also 3 months. And if they have not yet menstruated, their period is also 3 months. Well, what age does a female have to be if she's never menstruated?
Right. Here it is. Here's the text of it. Quran 65 verse 4. People can like pull this up. And
This is in the Quran.
Yeah,
this is the Quran.
The thing with the thing with menstruation. Can you guys hear me?
Menstruation. Yes, we can hear you.
Is that they will that varies quite a lot, but depending on the girl. So sometimes girls will start like at 9 or 10, and sometimes they won't start till they're like close to 16. So
Right.
it is like very varied.
But still, it's
So-
like if you have, they're basically.
I mean, but I'm
tell me
not
if I'm saying it
defending any
right.
of this. I'm just
No,
saying
of
like
course.
to be factual. To be factual on the, because I am a woman, so I'm just saying like
Yeah.
the menstruation thing
Well,
isn't just
and
cut and dry.
that-
So
that time is getting younger and younger recently from like some of the statistics. Like women are starting younger in many cases. I don't know if that's the hormone in the foods or whatever, but that's a whole nother topic.
Yeah.
But correct me if I'm wrong, brother. You're saying, so basically, if I understood the Quran right here, it's basically saying that you have to wait 3 months to remarry them if you divorce them.
Right. So in other words, these women were already married. They were already married. And so if one was married and she had not, whether menstruation happens at 14, 15, 16, let's say it doesn't happen. Let's say it's at 9, 10, that means that female, that child was married, and all the man now has to do is wait 3 months to enter into a intimate
I recently saw another video coming again out of Iran, because I'm seeing like actual videos like as they get uploaded with the internet being fully accessible now to people. There was like another video where one of like the IRGC soldiers was given permission by the mullahs and the ayatollahs who were performing a wedding ceremony. It wasn't with a child, but it was a 1-month wedding. They literally gave Allah's approval to marry this woman for 1 month because of the stress of war or whatever, so that they could basically have sex
and then divorce them.
And then divorce. It was to give that man relief. This is the kind of way women are treated in Islam. I mean, we have like video evidence of this. I wish I had that clip. You guys can try to search that. But there are a lot of things like that. And again, it kills it with me. I mean, if that's all I need to know about Islam, is the way that it treats women. I mean, what else do we really need to know? But go ahead, bro.
Yeah, well, I'll just say this last thing. Like that guy's name is Michael. I can't remember his last name, but he does the Inspiring Philosophy. The guy that was doing the interview.
That's right. I was trying to remember.
Yeah, I watch his channel too. I really like him.
Yeah. So one of the things, here's what I was to say. Like that, this is just the fruit of Islam. This is why Islam does not work in a constitutional republic like the United States. Their ideology, it does not fit within the Constitution. It is opposed to the Constitution. This is why Islam cannot exist in the United States, because eventually, if you allow it to exist and you allow it, they will never assimilate. They will continue to gain in population because they have more babies than people in the West. And eventually, they will dismantle the Constitution. It would be inevitable if it's not stopped.
Yeah, and unfortunately, the difficulty is that, like we're seeing in Europe, it's a problem of demographics. Because once you get a concentration of Muslims in America, And you also, at the same time, you tell Westerners and Americans to abort their own babies. And so we're only having, if people even get married, are having 1 or 2 babies. The Muslims are coming and having 5 or more babies, you know. And so and this kind of answers the question that Megan asked earlier, in that, why are the politicians allowing this to happen? It's partly, aside from the money that they get, aside from the constituency that they build from the, you know, to get the votes, they also are filling a population gap that we've created in the West by aborting our babies. Like Elon Musk warned about the population decline. And at the same time as our population is declining, they're allowing in mass levels, I mean, mass levels of, you know, illegal Muslim immigrants, whether legal or illegal. They're bringing in people who will not assimilate. And so it's just, if the
Yeah,
warning
but
is not heeded, let me just
the
finish
thing
this.
with
If the warning is not
okay.
heeded, in America, in 10, 20, 30, and 30 years, let's say, the population of the Muslims is going to begin to outpace, at least in major cities, like we see in like London and everything, you know. But go ahead, Megan. I know there's so much to jump in on.
The thing with you saying that the politicians are trying to mitigate our population, they could do that in many other ways. They could start doing PSAs of and promoting and using good propaganda on having children, and you know, things like that, that the government
Yeah,
can influence your minds and
but
start
this
getting,
is
and
much
then they
easier for them. You know, they can
they
get this
can
constituency, they can get the votes.
Yeah, they can also give incentives for
Yeah,
families to have children and stuff like that, like they're doing in other countries. So I just feel like the idea of completely replacing the native population is such a betrayal. I mean, who
it
we
is. I
have
agree.
technology nowadays. Like, if we don't have, we will be ingenuitive with the lower population. You know what I mean? We will come up with things to do and ways to fix it and mitigate it. That's what humans
Absolutely.
do.
The
And so
problem is they need a solution. Like the corporations need like the workforce. And so they have to import that workforce and give money to the politicians to do this. So it's I mean, I completely agree with you. It's so corrupt and it's so bad that
But
it
they won't
really
even
is a
let
problem.
my kids work. Like, when I was a kid, we could get jobs at 14. They took that away from us. You know, in most states, you have to be like over 16. It's really hard to find jobs as a young
Yeah.
child who wants to get work. So they've done everything they can to de-incentivize the native populations of having children, and then they won't let your kids work. Our kids could be doing, like, what jobs is
Yeah.
it that exactly but we have to fill? I'm still confused
Oh,
about that. Like,
it's so
what?
sad. Yeah, go ahead, brother.
Yeah, let me jump in here because Afshin, you said it. This is something that I did a video on this long time ago when I first started the channel about why do the Democrats need illegals to vote, and it's because the Democratic Party and the liberals, they have been promoting policies of death. I know this is about Islam, but this is important though, because
Mhm.
obviously the immigration, they're immigrating many Muslims from African countries right now over the past 7 years, six about 5 years, and obviously with this recent administration, it's been a, you know, praise be to God, it's been a dead halt.
Yeah.
But they have been immigrating people. Why? Because they need voters. Why
Yes.
do they need voters, Afshin? It's because they promote policies of death, right? When you promote ideologies like the LGBT marriages and relationships, well, guess what's happening? Guess that is leading to death. That does not that relationship does not equal life. You cannot reproduce. Well, guess what? Guess what they also promote, as you mentioned? Abortion, right? That is death. And so the Democrats are cutting off their lineage. They cannot pass down their ideologies. That's why when the Lord said, be fruitful and multiply, he also said to teach your children what I have commanded, right? And so what does that do? Is that your ideologies, your religion, your thought process, everything that makes society works is going to continue because you're going to have children to pass it down to. Well, when you take that away, you don't get to pass it down to anybody. You don't have children. You don't have, and so what do you need? You need to import your voters.
That's right. And it's so sad. I mean, I agree with Megan on the solution, like what she's saying, like we need to like promote a culture of life, you know, but the easy solution is what you see is that the politicians can just have a quick fix, import these illegal voters, and whether they're Muslim or whatever, and literally erase their own generations. It's so sad when you think about it like this. It's like, I think about my kids and how there's such a problem with like the cost of living and you know, finding a good job. How do people survive? It's insane to me. But let me go back to a little bit more of this video, and we'll come back and talk about that a little bit more.
We can't stand for this. And I was like, yeah, that's when I realized, like, I knew Islam was a problem, but that's when I knew Islam was a problem. This is a guy raised in the West who is a Muslim who's saying the world will be better if we could rape children now, just as long as we put a marriage contract on it. But that's what a lot of Muslims will say. We can rape all the children we want as long as they're 9 or older and we put a marriage contract on it, right? And that's what we're up against.
Then they also say, not that it makes it better, but I'm just trying to do what I can here for them. Wouldn't they say that they have to have been of the age of puberty?
Some will say that. The Quran doesn't say that. Surah 65:4 basically says women who haven't menstruated, they're free.
That's the one you mentioned.
It does say that.
It's talking about the iddah, the period you wait between if you divorce a woman when she get remarried.
Yeah.
And so they ask him, well, what about women that don't menstruate? And Muhammad's like, well, if they've not menstruated, and all the tafsirs say it refers to women of any age,
3 months,
young, that haven't menstruated yet.
You're ahead of it. You got that.
You gotta wait 3 months before they. So basically, what that verse of the Quran is saying, Surah 65:4, is like a 6-year-old can be married off. The guy can sleep with her, and then he can divorce her, and then they have to wait 3 months to repeat the process.
Okay, yeah,
it's horrible. It's evil.
But I mean, are there not Muslim academics who would go, you're picking a crazy person on the internet called Daniel whatever, who's pushing an interpretation of the scripture that we actually don't hold to, and therefore you're attacking a straw man?
He's got hundreds of thousands of followers. I'm not attacking a straw man. I'm attacking mainstream thought in Islam. Sure, there are some intellectuals, some academics that take a more moderate view. These are not the spokesmen for Islam. The people that I'm debating, people that I'm people that I'm attacking, like Muhammad Ajab, Ali Dawa, Daniel Haqiqatjou, these are the spokespeople for mainstream
And they
Islam.
hold basically to this, what you're saying.
They do, yeah.
They would agree with the sex slavery, and they would agree with child marriage.
Absolutely.
This is really hard.
Because that is Islam. That really is Islam. It's really crazy.
That's exactly right.
Brain to wrap around.
But think about how
sounds insane.
And we're opening the door and letting them flood into our civilization, acting like, well, they'll just fit right in. No, they won't. They're here to dominate. They're here to take over and turn these into Islamic countries where
you
have
followed
those.
What's taken place in London with the rape that's been taking place.
Yeah, it's absolutely horrible. Yeah,
and this is a result of Islam, you'd say.
It's definitely, Islam is definitely influencing their thought.
I want to know, guys, why are Americans buying this? Why are more people not frightened? Why aren't more people Islam?
They're ignorant. Christians are almost entirely ignorant of, because they're Christians. Christianity in the West, in America, at least in America, but obviously in the West, large in part, has been a watered down, feminized, and I don't have anything against femininity, right? I think femininity is femininity. Like a feminine woman is a beautiful thing. I'm married, okay, I have children, and so like I love a feminine. My wife is feminine, right? but when you feminize the Christian man, right, that then this is what you get. And then it becomes like you don't want to combat, you don't want to fight, you don't want to argue, you don't even want to debate, when religion was always about debate. It was always about combating. And
Yeah.
listen, we have the truth of the gospel. As a matter of fact, Jesus said, I am the truth. He didn't say I have the truth. He says, I am the truth. We don't have to be afraid of another religion or being wrong. We might have our wrong interpretation, but I tell you one thing, Christianity is not wrong. Believe in Jesus as the Lord and Savior, died for your sins, rose again on the third day, you ascended into heaven, seated at the right hand of the Father. He is the truth, and we don't have to be afraid of that truth. And we should engage in debate.
Yeah, you're hitting on so much there, Alex, because it's really, I was thinking about this a lot this week, actually. It's the effeminization of Christianity contrasted with the masculine warrior ethos that I was talking about of Islam. And so this is why Islam is growing also among young men so quickly, because Christianity, like, it hasn't produced in modern times, other than like we got Charlie Kirk. I think that was like the height of some of like what evangelical Christianity has done. I love Charlie Kirk. I love what he did. And there's a lot of good people working silently for the gospel, you know, in their everyday communities. But as a whole, like, I was just thinking about like the Pope put out the AI encyclical, which some of my followers maybe didn't like that I covered that. I'm not like I'm not Catholic. I'm just looking at the document and trying to understand what he put out. But I was telling my wife, I'm like, you know, the church has produced like skinny jeans and like effeminized men singing worship in a way that I just can't relate to anymore. Like maybe when I was 20, 23 years old, I loved to go to like, you know, like electric guitars worship. And but it's just, it's so, it's such a difference between even like what an institution like the Catholic Church, which I'm not Catholic, don't like use this against me, guys, but he's putting out this encyclical about AI and the, you know, warning against how to regulate AI and use it from a Christian, you know, perspective. Like he talked about the Tower of Babel perspective of the world versus, you know, rebuilding the walls of Jerusalem through Nehemiah and all this stuff. Some really good stuff in a lot of ways, even though I didn't agree with it all. But the point I'm trying to make is we're getting weakness out of mainstream modern Christianity. I can hardly go to a church, to be honest. And I pastored a church for 10 years. But I can hardly find a church that I can sit through and feel like I'm getting either like good doctrine or something that's relevant and something that's going to be, you know, masculine to the men and feminine to the women and get something out of it where I feel close to God. The state of the church, and I start to like criticize our own brethren. You know, I'm speaking of our own team here, you know, but this is the problem. Islam has become as this masculine solution for young men. It has this conquest warrior ethos that is attractive. They've got the rules of, you know, do this, don't do that, do this. People like that structure. And then we're kind of falling apart and saying, come over and like, we love you and let's make peace. And Islam doesn't look at it that way. They see that as weakness and bending of the neck to be sacrificed, because their goal isn't to live together. It's to conquer and to let Sharia, you know, rule the world. So sorry, went on a bit of a rant there, but
speaking of AI that you were just talking about there, so also another thing that people aren't talking about really is that the AI is coming in, right? A bunch of jobs are going to start getting replaced over the next 10, 15 years or whatever. So then we're going to have even more of an issue because they're flooding the countries with immigration, mass migration. And at a point in the history where they're changing things up with AI to where there's going to be less jobs. You know what I'm saying? So
yeah,
it's going to, I just see the most like it's they do everything they do is the worst, most illogical, crazy thing. So we could even see them in the future saying, oh, we want to remigrate everyone because they don't need them for the jobs, right?
Yeah, it's going to be a disaster. And getting back to church, like we are like not supposed to forsake the assemblings of one another, being together, especially as we see the end times approaching. So like
Right.
I do a weekly Bible study, family Bible study, and then we have a friend that joins. And so you got to have some fellowship in church. And like I'm not like discounting that, but it's just an illustration of
Right.
what's happening, and it's just so sad to see.
Yeah, I just want to say one last thing is, look, Peter wrote in his epistle, he says that judgment begins at the house
Amen.
of God.
Amen.
And we are, if Islam does wind up taking over, it is going to be because of the judgment to the church for the lack of equipping. I mean, isn't that what the church is supposed to do? It's supposed to equip the believers so that
Yes.
we can go out, right, and be the church out in the streets to win souls, evangelize, win Muslims, right? Because guess what? A lot of them are here. They're American now, and they're using their American name or their American citizenship to promote Islam. And so a lot of them we're not going to be able to deport because they are going to be American citizens.
Yeah, it has
So
to
what
stop
do we do?
now. It has to stop now. And we have to, you're touching on so many good points because
I
like,
want to re-migrate them, and I don't care if they're US citizens. That's how, like, and so in England they're even talking about this because in England they were given, it's so easy to get the citizenship there, and everyone's like, yeah, they're not Englishmen, they're not British, they need to like go back to their countries. And so they're talking about re-migration. And so
yeah.
so me and Ashwin had like butt heads about this because I'm like, I don't care if they were given because they came over here as refugees from Somalia and then they were given, citizenship. I don't care. Like they're stealing from us, they're defrauding us. They need to go back to their countries.
Yeah, it's such a tricky line, like we talked about last time, because you've got U.S. citizens and there's it's sacrosanct, but the ones that are becoming citizens via like outright fraud or it's a whole nother big discussion, but it's a fine line. We have to be careful because then they can come after me and Alex eventually,
No
So
one's
I
gonna
was
come after you.
I was
You were
born
born
in
here,
America.
but yeah. But you have
I'm
to say
second
that,
generation.
right? Yeah.
Hey, I'm second generation. My dad. Matter of fact,
Yeah.
on my mom's side, my grandfather's Apache Indian. So,
Yeah.
I
So
mean,
tell us a little. Do you mind sharing your what's your ethnicity?
Well,
Do you mind
one
sharing?
second, Afshin. What do you guys think about this? First, we start with Somalis and Pakistanis, okay? So all of them just get remigrated back. Does that sound okay? Can
I mean, I would
you
say if you're here on a visa like they're doing, and you came in illegally, and if there's any fraud going on or anything weird, like get, deported. Like I'm with ICE doing all of that stuff, but it's really a fine line once you've been bestowed citizenship. That's why I really think it's important that we stop it like now, like immediately, because eventually it's going to take over. You're going to get to a point where it's going to get bad, so it's really important that Americans heed the call now. That's my position on that.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
think
but the politicians won't. They're not listening to us, so they're not going to heed the call.
They
And
usually don't. But as a
in the
culture,
future, we might have to remigrate these people, whether they have citizenship or not, because the Constitution was not written to where just any random person could come over. You had to be a person of good standing, a Christian of good moral and good standing. Well, that's what it said in the Constitution of who could
what are your
become.
thoughts, Alex?
No, I think Megan is absolutely right. Like so the Constitution, and like I believe like this country is a Christian nation. And that's what I believe. I believe we are a Christian nation as long as we don't let that go. When we let it go, then we're no longer a Christian nation. And if we let it go, then we've got to take it back. Okay. And the founding of this, whether everybody was a believer or not, that's between them and the Lord. But there's no doubt that the foundation of this nation was based upon Christian principles and Christian values. Yeah. Why do we have free speech? Because of Acts chapter 5, when Peter said, shall we obey men rather than God? Like, no, we're going to speak what we've seen, right? Free speech. Why do we have freedom of assembly? Well, you quoted Hebrews chapter 10, verse 26, right? It says that we shall continue to assemble even as we see the day approaching, right?
Right.
That's why we have freedom of assembly. Why do we have freedom of religion? Well, obviously because the Protestant movement from Catholics or Catholicism, Christian, but it was still Christian. It was based off of Christ. So the Constitution and the Bill of Rights, the 10 amendments, were all based to. So freedom of religion was not intended for Islam. It was not intended for Islam. Freedom of religion, it has no bearing on Islam.
Different sects of Christianity.
Absolutely.
Like you can't say you have to be a Methodist or Protestant or Catholic, or that was the freedom of religion. We definitely, I mean, the Pilgrim Compact begins in the name of God, Amen. Like it begins with that. It doesn't end with that. So the whole, I mean, I completely agree. We're a Christian nation. And the problem really isn't, it's Islam. It really is just a backwards ideology. It's a satanic, demonic ideology.
It just doesn't fit here. It just cannot fit here. It's not compatible.
It's not compatible. Well, let's continue back a little bit. And finish up this video because we've got a few more to share as well. Let's go ahead and watch this.
Absolutely. I mean, the Quran says the pattern of conduct for Muslims is Muhammad. It's in Surah 33, for example. Yeah, you have to submit to all of his decisions. That's in Surah 4. So what he says, you can't question it. He said it was okay to consummate a marriage to a 9-year-old. That's statutory rape. He raped a 9-year-old. He's a pedophile. So therefore, in the Muslim brain, having sex with a 9-year-old is okay because the Prophet did it. Now, sure, 1% of Muslims maybe don't think that happening, but like 85% around that figure are Sunni Muslims that accept the hadith, and there are numerous, dozens of hadith that say that that's what Muhammad did. So the overwhelming majority are going to be people that are going to be okay with child marriage, even if they're not engaging with it. If they saw another Muslim doing it, they can't say anything about it.
That's why they don't.
Are there women influencers in Islam other than that blonde lady?
Yeah, there are some, yeah.
And how do they interact with these texts?
They have to defend it. It's terrifying to watch. You'll see them.
Really?
They'll try to justify it. I don't know how you can justify this. We're Christians. We'd be like, okay, listen, Moses did some bad things. That doesn't mean we. Okay, so
David.
Yeah, David.
Peter.
Moses did something horrible in Numbers 31. I agree. We just say, they messed up. All have sinned and fallen short of the glory of God.
Yeah.
Only Jesus is perfect. Okay. For Muslims, they can't do that. They have a doctrine that prophets can't commit major sins. They have to defend whatever Muhammad did as if it's moral.
Right.
So it's different for us.
So if you were to condemn marital relations with a 9-year-old, you'd be condemning Muhammad.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Is there anyone with a significant platform that condemns?
Not that I've seen. I wish.
That's ridiculous.
Yeah.
So okay, then why is it that you think most people watching us right now, many, will be like, I don't believe you? Because I encounter Muslims and they don't say these things that you're saying.
Yeah.
They just seem like decent people. They say their prayers. They seem more faithful to their prayers than Christians. This is hate mongering. You're just trying to stir up animosity towards a minority group.
My first question is where are you talking to? Where are you when you're talking to them?
The Uber.
The Uber.
I'm just giving it an Uber. I'm just giving you an example.
They're not going to say this stuff out loud because they know it's going to upset Westerners. That's what we have to remember. Okay, look at Muhammad's the pattern of conduct. Look at what Muhammad did when he was in Mecca.
Is that the taqiyya where you can lie for Islam?
Yes.
A small persecuted minority of the Muslim community. He tried to assimilate, he tried to be peaceful, he tried to say, we're just not going to do anything. Then he moved to Medina and he got more power. And then he started waging wars. He started flexing his muscles a little bit. And then when they became the overwhelming majority, then it was like, no more Jews and Christians allowed in Arabia. Let's kill all the pagans. It's a 3-stage plan. When you're the minority, just, pretend to be peaceful Ibn Kathir, one of their famous scholars, talked about this. You can make temporary treaties with them. Then when you become more of a substantial minority, start flexing your muscles a little bit. Start saying, well, we want to blast the Islamic prayer 5 times a day, even at 5:30 in the morning, which we're seeing in places like Dearborn now.
Golly.
And then when they become the majority, okay, now we're in charge. Sharia is the law. You can either convert, you can be our dhimmis, which means you're a Jew or Christian. You pay a humiliating tax,
The jizya tax,
or
right?
you fight us and we kill you. Like you get
Yeah.
those options.
Yeah. Do you guys know about that? The jizya tax, where
Yeah.
you know you don't have to convert to Islam if you pay the tax, become a second-class citizen, and you still do have to live by Sharia. It's not like you can just now live your free life as a Christian. So if Islam takes
Right.
over the West, institutes Sharia, you still, even if you don't believe in it, you can live if you pay the tax for now, but you still have to abide by Sharia. Except, from what I understand from at least some groups or claim this, that once, like at the end of the world, once we're in that end stage, it's too late. Like once the Mahdi returns, like their version of the Antichrist, it's too late to pay the jizya tax. At that point, it's just a matter of beheading all those Christians who disagree. So this is why I actually think, when you look at a lot of like what Islam's stated goal is, it could very well be. I mean, we never know for sure what form it's going to take, but it very well could be that end times version of, where they're the only religion that's beheading Christians. And if their demographics really take over our nations, where we're now the minority, and they institute Sharia, that's going to be a major problem for us Christians.
Yeah, I mean, I know about that as well. I just, yeah, it's, I don't know what to do about it. Maybe we could have legislation where they're more spread out, where we have to have migrants be more spread out.
Interesting. Okay. I
Another
like that.
another thing that we could do is we could force schools to be what we need to fix the schools, because another major issue is people are coming over here and then the schools no longer teach patriotic stuff, where you make you make the turkeys on Thanksgiving, and
Pledge
you
of
learn about George
Allegiance.
Washington, and they don't push
Yeah.
that anymore in the schools. So if you're an immigrant coming over here, you're not getting that. So we should focus on making sure they're getting patriotic learning of our culture and stuff like that.
I absolutely agree. The problem is we're being obstructed by the Marxists and the left. And this is where you see the Marxist Islamist nexus. Like what we saw, again, I have to use Iran because I've been studying this recently and for my own personal edification. But in Iran, the Shah of Iran, which was modernizing and secularizing Iran prior to 1979, I mean, women, he gave women the right to vote before some European nations did. He was really progressive and modernizing. And
Well, he probably shouldn't have done that. That's probably what
well,
caused
I knew you were going to say that. I know you, Megan. And yeah, but those things are long gone and never going back, in America on those kind of things. But he was modernizing the nation, and he had two enemies, and one of them were the Islamists that we're talking about tonight, who didn't like him giving women the right to vote or encouraging them to go to universities, both men and women. It wasn't just women, but he was modernized. He was a secularist, basically. And they didn't like that. So the Islamists, in the form of the Ayatollahs and the mullahs, opposed him. But he had one other enemy. And that enemy was the Marxists and the communists. There was, you often hear about the Shah being a dictator, and that's what like the left criticizes him about that. But who he was cracking down on were the Russia-funded communists that were attempting to overthrow his government. It wasn't just like our style of socialist Marxists in New York who are just they've got brain rot from TikTok or whatever, and now
Right.
they're communists. These were groups that were funded by Russia, which was, like near Iran, bordering
by
Iran
the
at the time.
USSR. It
By
was
the
the
US,
USSR.
USSR. That's what I mean. The Soviet Union back in the day, So they were funding the Marxists. The Marxists looked at the Islamists and said, hey, we have a common enemy. And that common enemy is
the West.
number one, it's us, right? It's the great Satan, which is America. That's why they call us the great Satan. And they're like Magbar Amrika, right? It means death to America when you hear those chants, right? And the little Satan, which is Israel. And so they had a common enemy. The communists, funded by the USSR, teamed up with the Islamists, the Ayatollahs, and they literally campaigned in every way as a coup to overthrow, as a revolution, really, to overthrow the Shah. And they succeeded. And that's why we have now the Islamic regime in Iran. And so we're seeing that same Marxist Islamist nexus here in the West, because the Marxists here, the communists, hate America because we're the great imperialist, powers who have oppressed. It's always the oppressor versus the oppressed with communism. And so it's terrifying to see it happening all over again, right here in America. That's my angle on it anyway. You guys want to go? Let's go back and finish this guy here. Tell me his name again. I just
only know his
discovered
first
him.
name, Michael. I
He's
can't.
from
I don't know why.
Inspiring
Inspiring philosophy.
Philosophy.
Yeah, he's been doing a lot of ministry for a long time now. I've known about him for years, but I don't really follow him that much. But obviously, I just being in the, I guess, just to know, I've seen him a lot, and I've been seeing him a little bit more and more dabbling into like Islamic apologetics with people like David Wood, people like God Logic, if you're familiar with those guys, and
little bit with God Logic.
Yeah,
I'm also
I know all these people.
Yeah. Oh, it's good stuff.
I know everything.
It's good stuff. I've been I'm just kind of discovering these guys as I'm taking a deep dive into Islam and in history of that region and that time and what led up to it, because it really it's like it just converges with a lot of my interests and theological and political interests. But let me finish it from
Islam's
go ahead,
been
Megan.
slowly taking over the world. Like it started with the Byzantine Empire and crushed all and what's crazy is the people that they took over, they forget that they're actually this nationality. They just see themselves as there were all these diverse people that they took over that they don't even realize they exist anymore, throughout all those areas, because they're all just Muslims, they're all just Islams.
I definitely want to touch on the Crusades and the history of the Byzantine Empire a little bit. We'll do that probably when we look at I want to, after this video, let's finish this off, and I want to go to also I think it's Ibrahim or Raymond Ibrahim, if you guys have heard of him. Sounds like you have, Alex.
I have a clip below too that would probably be good to play after this video. That's only like 3 minutes long.
Okay, let's do that. Let's finish this one, and then we'll go to yours, and then we'll go to Raymond Ibrahim, who's so far, I think I've learned so much just from like a few short weeks of even listening to him. And I got his 2 of his books I'm planning to read, and it's really fascinating stuff. But let's continue here, and then we'll do a couple of reaction videos here.
It's basically you can either convert, be our dhimmi, where you're not gonna have freedom of speech, not have freedom of religion. You're not, and I mean, you see this, in Islamic countries now, or or the third option is you fight them. But Christians in Egypt, they can't proselytize, they can't evangelize. Sharia law says you can't proselytize as a Christian, you can evangelize, you can't even carry weapons. So Second Amendment gone under Islam, absolutely. No weapons for the Jews and Christians, absolutely under Islam. You can't build or repair new churches under Sharia. You just have to let them, because the goal is to eventually take over. So they're not going to force you to be Muslim, but they're going to make it very, very hard for you to be a non-Muslim.
I was in the Middle East giving some talks.
Guys, I'll probably stop his video there, and we'll go to Megan's. But one thing that reminded me of, even like right now, as like the internet is getting fully accessible, and those videos are coming out from the people in Iran, not from like that wicked, government, but they're even the Basij members are going back on the streets in certain areas and starting to enforce the hijab laws. And this is what surprised me and why I bring it up, like the hair covering laws for women, but they're even Now, monitoring the morality police there, so Orwellian, but the morality police are monitoring guys, men who wear shorts. If their shorts are not long enough, you know, you can also be pulled into like an unmarked van or a police car and taken away. So
Wow.
it's really
Wow.
crazy. Can you imagine being like told what you can wear and what it's just it's so foreign. It's so foreign to the West. So let's go to Megan's video, and then we'll don't let me forget, Megan, about to touch on at least a little bit. I want to almost do a whole nother stream on the Crusades because I'd like to do a deeper dive.
Oh yeah, that's a big topic. So
It's a
this
big
video
topic, but I
yeah.
go ahead.
So
Go
I have
ahead.
a couple of clips from this creator. I really like him. His name is Nathan, and his show is Milk Bar TV, and he makes these amazing compilations of these influencers doing weird stuff. And so I have a couple from him, but also just so everybody knows that's watching, he is being sued by Andrew Tate. So they're a frivolous lawsuit because he was reporting on all the crazy stuff Andrew Tate did. So if anybody would be willing to help with that
I
lawsuit,
shouldn't.
he does have a donation, you
Wow.
know.
I think I saw a little bit of this, but yeah, I'm excited to let's watch it. So you hit play, right? Because you're sharing it, Megan.
Sharia law is bad, Seth. I don't know if you've heard that. It's bad. It's worse than what's happening in New York and Detroit.
Tucker.
It's just bad.
My goodness.
I don't know why. It's just like,
Don't you
there's
love
some
that? Don't
brainwashing.
you
I
love that
just, like,
laugh?
travel so much that I see it. There's not a single Western city that's thriving. And they're all degrading in exactly the same way. I'm not Muslim. I'm not for Sharia law. On the other hand, compared to what? Compared to Baltimore? You know, shut up. Because I travel outside the Western world, the white world. I'll just be honest, the white world.
Right.
I travel a lot in the Middle East. It's amazing. It's amazing.
Whatever it's worth, a pretty fervent Christian, and I feel completely comfortable here in the seat of Islam.
But you go to the Gulf, and it's incredible to be in a place that has pride in itself, that believes
Correct.
in its religion and culture, that thinks we're onto something. This is great. Look at what we're doing. We're really proud of this. Those people are happy. They're welcoming of others. They're tolerant of diversity.
Yeah, I don't understand
Where they're into things that
Tucker.
I'm not
What
into,
happened
like,
to
I don't know,
Tucker? It's so crazy. I've seen this clip where he's just praising Islam, praising Sharia. It's crazy.
Yeah, so I have my own opinions on what's going on with him, but I'll wait till the clip's done, I guess.
Yeah.
polygamy or Islam, and I can sort of look at it and be like, no one's forcing this on me. I'm not mad at you for being a polygamist.
He's like, you know what Islam means? Submission. I don't think I'm against that. Actually, anyone who submits to God, like, I'm just for
To
that.
Allah,
Society in
Tucker.
which people bow down before God 5 times a day. I'm not against that. I should bow
Oh my
down
gosh.
before God 5 times a day. And I wish I lived around people who bowed down before God 5 times a day.
The Emirates or Qatar or Saudi Arabia, and you see
He's
that when
being
people are
paid,
self-confident,
right?
when they're really
Oh, he's being paid,
that's
dude.
what they're doing. and
There's
they
no
believe that their
way.
system is the right
He wouldn't-
system.
He's like on a
That
rant,
self-confidence results in a kind
pro-Islam
of
rant.
welcoming attitude.
You don't just do
So
that.
you'll be sitting at dinner in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia, and you'll say, you know, I'm really kind of pro-Jesus. Like, they're Muslims.
They're Muslims,
It's a country
yeah.
governed by Sharia law.
Right.
I mean, and they're like, that's great. People are tolerant and open-minded and happy.
Oh.
But you should know, Seth, that the real danger is Sharia law. Sharia law. And you can tell when you go to a place like Abu Dhabi or Riyadh, like, oh man, I hope we don't ever wind up with a society like this, with a rape rate of 0, where you leave your keys in your Lamborghini and don't ever worry about it being stolen. And, you know, if people want to get wasted, they do it at home. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I
Oh
don't.
boy, I hope we don't wind up with that. Sharia law.
Well, in
I'm not going to take another lecture in my country about Islam this, Islam that. You're lying. And I don't have to take that anymore. I'm sick of it. Does that make sense?
واضح جدا جدا
And you know, I'll let you comment, Megan. But in all fairness, like even like the Saudi guys that he's talking to, they're not really like Muslim in the sense of like actually following Islam. They have a lot of problems with like the leadership in Iran, for example. You know what I mean? It's so crazy that Tucker is promoting this.
Okay,
What's
so
going on here?
there's a lot of stuff that like a lot of people I don't think pick up on if you're not paying a really good close attention. So Tucker represents sneakily, like he's not overtly doing this. He behind the scenes represents a faction, a political faction that is what is called small tech. Okay. And it's made up of these various people like David Sachs and Peter Thiel, and all these people. Now they have extreme investments with them in the Gulf states with the AI and the technology and all that stuff. Okay, so think about it in your brain. They're getting a lot of investment money from the Gulf states into this small
So
tech.
they're getting
Okay?
paid. They're getting paid.
Now,
Tucker's getting paid
and then
somewhere.
Tucker, he doesn't have to get paid. He is a trust fund child that has like millions and millions of dollars. He's never had to work a day in his life. But he is part of this political thing. And the other reason why they are getting people to not like Israel, they're latching on to the already there sentiment against Israel because they are going to use it to smear the neocons in the future to take political power. They actually don't mind the Jews. This group, this small tech, they're not against Jews, but they're going to use the anti-Jewish sentiment in the future against the neocons, that because once Trump, all that we're seeing with people like Tucker and stuff is because there's going to be a power vacuum when Donald Trump leaves after 2028. Thiel and his team represent J.D. Vance. They advanced his career. They put him in all the places. Tucker is behind J.D. Vance. Do you see what I'm saying? And he's got all this small tech people.
We definitely touched on that. I mean, we did a whole stream on Tucker and the Pope, and like there's
Right.
definitely that element to it, and it's just wild. I mean, on some level.
So, but
go ahead, Alex. And I
there's-
want to get to Raymond Abraham too.
Well, I'll let Megan finish.
So, but do you see what I'm saying? Like they have investments with AI and all this stuff in the Emirates and the Gulf states. Tucker is in with this crowd. They want to push out the neocons in the future. That's why we're seeing the stuff that just seems so weird to us.
It's that heavy investment, and that investment's going to come from the Saudis and the Emirates and the Qatar, and all of that. That's the idea?
It already is. They've been investing tons
right.
and tons of money.
Right.
Yeah.
That makes sense. What do you think, Alex?
Yeah, a lot of money's been coming into Tucker from the Arab world, and so that's obviously a part of it. I wouldn't doubt any bit of what Megan said about any kind of political future aspirations that maybe Tucker might have, or the fringe movement within this far right, woke right, whatever you want to call it, within Tucker, Candace, and whoever else, Nick Fuentes. There's something going on, but I think it's deeper than that. And this is what I believe. Like, number one, how can anybody who's proclaiming to be a Christian be shilling for Islam? Like that, there is no, it does not mix. Like, if we think that Islam does not mix in America because of the Constitution, well, multiply that by infinity. Islam does not mix within Christianity. In fact, I would even say that Islam is almost the definition of what it means to be anti-Christ. In first John chapter 4, it talks about if anybody denies that Jesus Christ has come in the flesh, he is an antichrist. And what does it mean that Jesus Christ? Well, it means that the Son of God came into humanity and became a man, divine. The divine became human and lived amongst us. That's what that means. And so if you deny that, which Islam does, you are an antichrist. And we know that it's written to say, like darkness that there is no fellowship. What fellowship has light with darkness? There is no fellowship with it.
Amen.
We cannot fellowship. There absolutely is no fellowship between Islam and Christianity, and Tucker is part of it. And when he is going and combating Israel, and I mean, and ultimately, it's really just a setup. I believe obviously the Lord is at, he has control, and the stage is being set. And eventually the world will come against Israel, and in some way, maybe that means America at some point. Maybe not, but that's kind of the way I see it. Eventually, we will, and
it's hard to predict.
Yeah.
But yeah,
anyways.
that's a big part. Megan, don't let me forget to go back to the Byzantine issue, because it's so interesting. A lot of the Muslim lands that we're seeing today, from like Syria, Lebanon, Egypt, were all Byzantine Christian lands at one point, until Islam conquered them. And then they also conquered Jerusalem at some point. Jerusalem used to be Christian lands. And it was part of the Byzantine Roman Empire. Rome became Christian under Constantine, and had Lebanon, Syria, Egypt, even North Africa, like parts of Africa, that has now been completely Islamified. So I want to come back to that a little bit and get your thoughts on some of that too, and how fits into the conquest of Islam. But let's jump over to Raymond Ibrahim, because I really want to introduce people to him who haven't heard him. This is just amazing stuff overall.
What does Islam want from us, being non-Muslims, Western people?
Yeah.
Well, this is ultimately a doctrinal question, because
I can hear it. I can't see it.
Some religions have nothing to do with the secular or things like expansion or politics, and some do. Islam happens to be very much rooted in a political worldview. It's not so much as a spiritual exercise as it is what you do in the now. So of course Muslims have to do things like pray and fast and Hajj and all this sort of thing. But things like jihad, which of course has a very pejorative, negative connotation today from a non-Muslim point of view, because it just means war. But from a Muslim point of view, it's seen as a good thing, because jihad is you're struggling to expand the beautiful rule of Islam into non-Muslim regions, which are considered living in, it's called jahiliyyah, which means ignorance. So my point is, Muslims see jihad as a good thing. We're helping you because you're an infidel, and we want to bring the goodness of Islam to you. And that has been always a part of the religion, doctrinally and historically. So I would say, based on the historical precedent, Islam, of course, conquered and expanded. Virtually the entire Islamic world today is on non-Muslim regions. Egypt all the way to Morocco, Syria, the Middle East, Asia Minor, Turkey. All of these were actually older Christian regions than Europe, but they were conquered. Spain was conquered, Balkans, all the way up to Vienna. So that's what Islam has wanted. And now, of course, it's being facilitated by the West itself via migration and things of that sort. But ultimately, Islam wants, and there's a saying in Arabic, which is, Islam is not here to coexist or to be a second. It's here to take over and rule. And again, you can't understand this without realizing, from a Muslim point of view, this is altruistic, this is good, this is not an evil thing. So that's what I'd say they'd want.
And there is one theory that I'm just wondering.
Any thoughts on that initial part before I go on? I don't know if we'll watch the whole thing, but I do want to give you maybe like the first 10 minutes of this video. Anyone want to jump in, or you want to just keep watching? And tell me if you want me to stop too at any point.
I like Raymond. I've been following Raymond for a little bit now. I think obviously he's very smart. He's a smart guy. Obviously he's been studying this good portion of his adult life. He's very valuable as far as in the information that he brings. And so I just wanted to say that I enjoy listening to him.
Yeah, amen. Thank you for that.
Wondering whether it's true or not that the Islam itself is a religion of peace, and only the radical Islam poses a threat to the West. Is it true or not?
It's not true. This is a Western-made construct.
Yeah, there's no verse in the Quran or in any hadith that says Islam is a religion of peace. It's not there.
Wow. So do you know where they get that from?
That's true. Like, that's exactly true. Yes.
Is it just the idea that, from what I've heard, is as you submit to Islam or to Allah, you submit to Allah, that's the only way to have peace.
100%.
And
Well,
right?
not just Allah, but you have to submit to Muhammad. See, this is, you
Yes.
know, you can get philosophical here. You can't, I mean, you know, this is where you dive into like that inspiring philosophy, right? Where you can start getting into a philosophical dialogue, you know, within religion, that in order to be a Muslim, they say to believe in Allah, Allah has no partners, but you can't just believe in Islam or in Allah. You have to believe in Muhammad. So submission isn't just to Allah, but you have to submit to what Muhammad, the revelation of Muhammad. And so, you know, because like, what if I say Allah? What if I submit? Well, obviously, we have to define who Allah is, right? Because this is what they try to say. They try to say, well, Jesus was a Muslim. Well,
Right.
what does Islam mean? It just means to submit, right? Well, submit to who? Right.
It's a very good point. It's a very good point. Yeah.
Yeah. So Jesus was not a Muslim. He did not submit to Allah, the Allah that we know. Okay. Now, obviously, Jesus was subordinate as the Son of God, right? But, anyways, I don't want to get into that. That's a whole. But yeah.
Okay. So you brought
maybe
up
that'd be for another day.
Well, you brought up something that I did want to touch on. So I'm going to open two threads here at once because I do want to come back, or three threads. I want to come back to Ibrahim and watch more of that. And we want to talk about, you know, maybe just touch on the Crusades. But I want you guys to see this, because what you're talking about is exactly right. You know, because one of the things that even Tucker says, like from that Tucker clip that we just watched, where, you know, oh, well, Muslims love, you know, Jesus, and he's one of their holy prophets. And he uplifts this and does this little cackle demonic laugh or whatever that thing is that he does. But this is actually in the text. I shared this once with Megan, but I just want to share this again because it is so interesting. This is actually from the Quran. It's Quran 5:116. Here it is in the Arabic, because remember, the Quran is written in Arabic. So for Persians, like, you know, like family that I have in Iran, they have to learn Arabic, which they on many levels detest, because Islam has been an Arabic imposition on the Persian culture, but they have to learn Arabic to, you know, in school. They teach them this in school so that they can study the Quran. And by the way, 90% of people there, I hear from people on the inside, 90% hate the regime. And I would say currently it's probably under 50 or 40% or less that are actually even Muslim there, because there's been such a backlash against what they've done. But besides all of that, I wanted to share, when they talk about Jesus, they worship a very different Jesus than we do. And the Jesus that they worship is a mere prophet, first of all. And he's not, you know, he's definitely not the Son of God. He was not resurrected. He wasn't even crucified. According to Islam, he was taken up from the cross, and God put a different body in his place to fool the world, because the Allah God is a deceptive, you know, God. But here's the verse in the Quran. Again, Quran 5, it's 116 through 117. This is the context of this is the end of the world. This is when Allah will return with the Mahdi, which is their version of the Savior, which as Christians we would consider the Antichrist. Both Shia and Sunnis believe in the return of the Mahdi. That's their version. And there's a third person he'll return, that they believe he'll return with, which is Jesus. And so there are three figures in the end times. You could say the Antichrist, and the false prophet, and isn't there a third in the beast, right? And so there's the false Christ and the Antichrist, which are going to return at the end of the world, which is going to be the Mahdi and their version of Jesus. That's the two that are going to return. And here's what the translation in English from the Sahih International says. It says, when Allah returns, again, context is end of the world, and beware the day when Allah will say, "O Jesus, son of Mary, did you say to the people, take me and my mother as deities besides Allah?" So Jesus returns, and Allah asks Jesus a simple question. He says, "O Jesus, son of Mary, did you say to the people, take me and my mother," which is what the Catholics see as the Virgin Mary, "as deities, as gods besides Allah?" So in other words, he's saying, Jesus, are you the Son of God, as they say you are? And Jesus will say, he will say, exalted are you. It was not for me to say that to which I have no right. He's like, I don't have a right to say such a thing. If I had said it, you would have known it. You know what is within myself, and I do not know what is within yourself. He's like, you know what's within me, but I don't know what's within you, God or Allah, because we're not equal, in other words. Indeed, it is you who is knower of the unseen. And then it continues, I said not to them except what you commanded me. He says, all I said is what you commanded me, which is to worship Allah, my Lord, and your Lord. He's like, Allah's my Lord. And I was a witness over them as long as I was among them. But when you took me up, this is that he ascended without being crucified, according to Islam. You were the observer over them, and you are over all things witness. So this is directly from the Quran, guys. So
okay, so that that right there, all I can see from that is that somebody who didn't know the Bible very well and wasn't very like competent with reading comprehension took some. Okay, so where it says up here, the first part that you read, that reminds me of the part in the Bible where the woman comes up to Jesus with her two sons and says, which can they set at the right hand? Remember that in the Bible?
Yeah. Yeah.
Do you know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
And
that
he's
was
like,
James and John's mother.
Yeah, and then Jesus says the thing to them that he says. This reminds me of that, but like all scrambled and not making any sense. And then like the other part when you went down, that's also like what you commanded me to do. You know what I'm saying? Like you can see where they're getting it
it's
from the
plagiarized.
Bible, but they're like not very well
Right.
comprehended.
Yeah, it sounds like a fifth grader wrote it. All of it.
Well,
the entire Quran.
The whole Quran. When I attempted to read it, I was going to read it through and through, and it was just too. I hate to, don't want to. I mean, I don't care if I guess I offend Muslims, but I want to bring them to Christ. But it was written like trash,
Yeah.
but
This,
it's very.
what you just read is terribly written. This is trash writing, and then I could tell where they're borrowing the stuff from,
They
but
are
they didn't like quite
appropriating.
understand it very well. You know what I mean?
Yes.
Like,
Well, they definitely plagiarized a lot of things, but they See, the problem is they plagiarize from the wrong sources.
Yes.
So a lot of the stories that they get about Jesus actually come from like the Gnostic Gospels, like the Gospel of Thomas, the Gospel of Barnabas, or maybe not the Gospel of Barnabas, but like the Gospel of Thomas, definitely, like the story about him making birds out of clay, right, or out of dirt, mud, like that's in the Quran.
That's right.
Wes Huff.
That's right.
Wes Huff talks about that. Like Wes Huff explains how they did all that through because he knows all the old texts. So I don't know if you guys ever listen to Wes Huff, but
there's so much here, guys, because you touched on two major points. You both did in that. First of all, a lot of this is appropriated. This isn't original. And for example, just to give you one example, Mecca. And the pilgrimage of the Hajj that they take every year, if you're the
where they go make out with a rock.
Yeah, exactly. And so it's just like going around the rock and all of this in Mecca. Well, Mecca was originally a polytheistic nation. It was the polytheists there that Allah commanded to kill them, to strike them dead if they don't convert. But that whole pilgrimage of the Hajj and the Black Stone that we see in Mecca that they encircle, that used to be a pagan shrine that the polytheists had there at the site. It was already established before Islam. There were a bunch of idols in it. The only thing that Muhammad changed is he went in there, removed all the idols, and then kept that black stone, which some say is a meteorite or whatever, and he kissed it. and he said, this is gonna, this is from Allah and this is good. And that's where it was appropriated from that pagan culture. There's maybe different theories on why he did that, but maybe to give them a bone, like to give the dog a bone and say, hey, you can keep this part of your like pagan religion.
Yeah.
But now it's under the auspices of Allah,
Maybe that black stone has like radiation or something in it from like aliens or something, and it's scrambling their brains, and we need to like go smash. We need to go smash it.
I mean, I don't know about aliens, but definitely maybe from the space or meteorite, the demons or whatever are like, around that whole thing. It's so demonic, but the whole religion has been appropriated because if you look back, and I don't know if we have, we don't have time to get into the whole cave revelation of Muhammad. I actually plan to come back and do a whole video just on that one topic. But what happened, just to give you the short of it, is that when Muhammad had that cave revelation, we're getting a little bit of feedback. Hang on once. Okay. So when Muhammad had that cave revelation, he strongly believed that it was a demon that he had encountered, because that demon basically squeezed him and he felt oppressed and he was frightful. And he went to his like 45-year-old wife, Khadija, and basically she convinced him that it was not a demon. And she said, I have this uncle or a friend of a family member or somebody that they went to who was this Gnostic Christian, just like Alex was talking about. And this Gnostic apostate Christian said to him, basically, no, that was the angel Gabriel who came to you. And this is from God, from Allah. And he was an anti-Trinitarian Gnostic. And his understanding was a false understanding of the Trinity, because they believed that the Trinity included the Virgin Mary. And so it was the Father, the Mother, and Jesus. And so this is why when Jesus returns, according to the Quran, the question that gets asked is not about the Father, Son, and Spirit. If you notice here, it's about, did you tell people to take me and my mother as deities besides Allah? Because this Gnostic relative of Khadija, his older wife, that he had, convinced him that this is from God. And so now he needs to go out and preach that. You know how Islam always says Allah has no son, there is no God but Allah? It's because it was anti-Trinitarian. So Islam was a convergence of a demonic encounter in a cave mixed with apostate heretical Christianity. In some ways, it's a Christian apostate sect that was, you know what I mean? And it was just mixed in, and then he appropriated different aspects of Islam from the polytheists, because he was from the Quraysh tribe in Mecca. He went to Mecca and they rejected his message. He went to Medina. He became, he got powerful there. He became a warlord, went back and conquered Mecca. And so that's kind of the, the origin story of Islam. But people don't realize this. It's right here in the Quran. It's really fascinating stuff to me.
You know what I should look into is, I wonder how Russia deals with its Muslim population. Maybe we can find out what they do over there, because they have a pretty substantial Muslim population that doesn't cause them any problems, right? So, but they've been there. They're not imported. So they've been there for, centuries.
They're not
or whatever.
imported. So that's the key. That's the key, I bet. They're
But
not
they're
imported.
not trying
They're
to
not illegal.
They're not, as far as I know, they're not taking over everything, praying in
No.
the street,
No.
So what are they, how are
I
they,
don't
how
think,
are they
I don't think
keeping,
Putin would let him.
He wouldn't
yeah,
let him.
how are,
Yeah.
so, yeah, so like maybe we should see
It's
what
the
they got.
tolerance. It's the tolerance of the West, and this is what I'm saying. The effeminized, weakened, Christianity of today is permissible, and just saying, hey, come on in, we love you, and let's love them, and let's try to bring them in. But they just see that as weakness to be conquered, because the Islamists, it's a very masculine religion. That's why the women are so subjugated, masculine to the point of being toxic. Like if you're talking about toxic masculinity, it's Islam. It's who is that guy? I'm drawing a blank on his name, but that young guy, very masculine influencer that was criticized of child traffic, sex traffic.
Tate.
Yeah.
Tate. Andrew Tate.
Andrew Tate. It just slipped my mind, but that's why he was, for me, he was like, at first, a little bit, I was
he's Muslim too.
And he's Muslim, right? But I was like, a lot of the conservative guys were drawn in.
He converted to Islam.
Yeah. But he embodies that masculine, toxic masculine embodiment of Islam. That's why he's like that. And so a lot of
was like that. He was like that before he converted. So he has been a low level, like even back when he was younger, he was a low level pimp that was, essaying women and doing all kinds of crazy stuff. Even 15 years ago. So and
I'm not surprised.
His father may be, I don't know if he followed it, but he may be of a lineage of some kind of Muslim lineage. I'll have to look into it, but he wasn't a Muslim up until recently. He converted to that, and he had a very weird, strict father who was not white. He was some kind of from Middle Eastern country, I think, or maybe he was black.
I mean, he looks Middle Eastern and maybe black. I don't know. I didn't really follow him, but he was a sensation for a while because what happens, and let's get back to Ibrahim in a minute, to Raymond Ibrahim, but really quick, what happened is that when we become secularized as a nation and we reject God, like Alex was talking about our foundational Christian roots as America, when we secularize, we abandon God. Now there's a void to be filled, and Islam, it fills that void. So wherever we see Christianity weakening, it doesn't lead to an atheist secular state, because the atheist secular liberal state is permissible, and so it's weak and it gets taken over. And so Islam naturally comes in and fills that void that Christianity leaves.
So Andrew Tate's father was African American and his mother was white British.
Oh, wow. So he's not even Middle Eastern. He kind of looks like it, but yeah, I could see that. Well, thanks for that. Let's watch a little bit more of Raymond Ibrahim and as a springboard for more discussion. And I do want to share a couple more verses from the Quran to expose it.
That does not in any way, shape, or form apply to authentic Islam. Islam is Islam, and there is no moderate or radical. This is a false dichotomy that we've created to rationalize and make sense.
That's such an important point, right? It's like
Islam is just Islam.
It's like Christianity. It's not like we have all our own versions, or we're not supposed to, right? Our authority is in Scripture. There's one orthodox or fundamental historic Christianity. It's the same with Islam. The ones who aren't radical are either they're just cultural Muslims and they're nominal Muslims, or they're hiding what they truly believe.
So mostly cultural, and it's mostly cultural. I don't mean to stop or pause,
no, go ahead.
But it's mostly cultural that would say, they don't agree with the quote unquote radical side of Islam. There is no radical side of Islam. Islam is just Islam. That's obviously what Raymond's talking about here, and he's going to do a much better job than I will. But that's the basis of this: is that Islam is just Islam, and if you're not practicing Islam, then you're the nice Muslim, right? You're the Muslim that can get along, right, with the rest of your neighbors or coworkers, or you're the ones that are gonna be like, no, Muhammad, no, that's wrong. Muhammad didn't marry a 6-year-old, or no, that they will just out deny it, or or they're lying. They either deny it and they're not really Muslim, or they're lying to you.
Yeah, absolutely right. I mean, Islam is just Islam, and living out Islam is Sharia. So the goal is to institute Sharia, because that is what Islam's goal ultimately is.
One wants to accept that Islam is inherently, fundamentally radical. So what we do is we claim that the Muslims who do not practice Islam, who are who are basically secularized cultural Muslims and who are possibly assimilated, but they're not really being Muslim. We say they're moderate Muslims. They're actually just secular Muslims, cultural Muslims, nominal Muslims. Then we say the Muslims who truly practice Islam, we call them radical. Okay, but the religion itself is radical. Because, like I said, if, for example, punishing up to killing the apostate, the Muslim, if you're born into Islam, you're a Muslim. The Muslim who tries to leave Islam becomes a Christian, for example. That's part of the religion. Muhammad himself says it. It's part of the law.
Guys, that's such a good point, because like myself, I'm so thankful that I was never a Muslim. I actually, even though I was born in Iran, my mom was very secular. And I had Muslims on my dad's side, but I left Iran because of the revolution before it became an Islamic nation. So I was never Muslim to begin with, but and then I came here and just lived, California, liberal, growing up, non-believer, just secular person, and until I met the Lord Jesus when I was 21. And changed my views on everything and became conservative overnight. But it just blows my mind. This whole thing it's so crazy. Let's continue a little bit.
That's just one example. Polygamy, okay, concubinage, sexual enslavement of infidel women during warfare. All of this is completely part of the religion. So when a Muslim does that, how is that radical? It's just the religion is radical. But again, this is a false construct that Westerners have made to make Islam more palatable to them.
So it's interesting you claim that if a Muslim believer takes the Quran and the Hadith very seriously, as a word of God, it commands you to act in this way, and you have to do this way. You cannot be a moderate man. As a religious man,
not by what Western people mean by moderate. Moderate essentially means, from a Western point of view, that you can sort of you can assimilate and live with sincerely Western secular laws. Well, Islam is its own law. We hear about Sharia or Sharia law all the time. Well, Sharia is basically Islam. Islam is just the name of the religion. Sharia is how you live it. And so Islam basically has its own laws for Muslims, and many of these do contradict what we would call Western law, secular law. Okay, if you're a Christian, if you're a Jew, and you live under an Islamic rule, you don't have equal citizenship rights. Of course, that contradicts the Western paradigm. That's another example. Women don't have equal rights. It's open. In courts, a woman's testimony is not equal to a man. Okay, so these sorts of things, again, that's not radical. That's just Islam. But this is why, but people they want to insist that there's a difference and only a few minority are doing this sort of thing. And I don't know what the number is. Maybe they're not the majority, but the point is, when Muslims follow what we call radical, they're not being radical, they're just being pious.
Yeah, they're just following their own scripture. And that was the other thing I forgot I was going to say is, even though I wasn't born in a Muslim ever, but according to Sharia, because I was born in that nation, I'm automatically Muslim. So you get stamped Muslim at birth, whether you are or not. And if you apostatize and you become a different religion, it's the death penalty. So that's why, like, I couldn't return to Iran. I haven't returned to Iran since I became a Christian, because I would immediately be seized at the airport. Especially because of all the crap I've said about Islam and the regime thing.
Yeah. Wow.
Yeah, it's wild stuff.
I see. Masses of Muslims living in Europe now, by migration and demography, they are overgrows. Their population overgrows the European white population, original population, and many of them try to integrate into the society which accepted them. But in your claim, it means like the true Muslims, they don't even want to integrate into societies because they don't want by their religion respect the Western values and traditions. Is that claim true?
Yeah, that's the claim, but it's very nuanced and one has to understand. So I'm not saying that this is a DNA thing. I'm not saying if you're born Muslim that you want this. There are people who are named Muhammad and they do live a secular life and they can potentially assimilate. But then there are others who are named Muhammad and they follow the Prophet Muhammad and they don't assimilate. So in the end, this is why it gets tricky. It's in the religion. The question is this person following the religion or not? And we can say this about Christians and Jews and other people of every religion. You have amongst the Jews the ultra-Orthodox, and then you have the Reformed secular, right? Obviously, the Reformed secular can be assimilated wherever, whereas the ultra-Orthodox might not. Same thing with other religions. So this isn't something peculiar to Islam. You always have the group that follows it and the group that's, prioritizes living and getting by in their society. And it's the same with Islam. But for those who do follow it, yes, it's very tribal. Islam actually commands Muslims in the Quran to have hatred for non-Muslims. And this is Quran 60 verse 4. Okay.
Quran 60 verse 4. You guys want to pull that up? And I think I have it somewhere here. I want to get to some of the Quran as well, and we'll get back to Ibrahim, to Raymond. I want to see where it is. Well, I know. Let's share a couple. I know one of them. One of the verses. I'll share a different one first. It's here in verse 4. What chapter is this? It's not. It doesn't say here, but here. Let me read the full. 47. Okay, so 47. 47:4. So when you meet the disbelievers in battle, strike their necks until you have thoroughly subdued them. Then bind them firmly. Later, free them either as an act of grace or by ransom until the war comes to an end. So will it be. Had Allah willed, he himself could have inflicted punishment on them, but he does this only to test some of you by means of others. And those who are martyred in the cause of Allah, he will never render their deeds void. Now that one is in context of war, but there are other passages like this one here, which is verse 60. It says, "O believers," I think this is the one that you were talking about, or that he was talking about here, 64. Let's read that one, verse 4. "You already have an excellent example in Abraham and those with him when they said to their people, 'We totally disassociate ourselves from you and shun whatever idols you worship besides Allah. We reject you.'" He's talking about non-believers. "We reject you. The enmity and hatred that has arisen between us and you will last until you believe in Allah alone." That's what Raymond Ibrahim was referencing, is this verse. Where they're commanded to have hate and enmity between them and the non-believers until they convert or pay the jizya tax or ultimately just, submit. And the only exception is when Abraham said to his father, "I will seek forgiveness for you," adding, "But I cannot protect you from Allah at all." The believers prayed, "Our Lord, in you we trust, and to you always turn, and to you is the final return. Our Lord, do not subject us to the persecution of the disbelievers. Forgive us, our Lord. You alone are truly almighty, all wise." One thing that strikes me here besides the hatred is, when did Abraham say any of this?
Yeah, so they're getting that from I don't want to necessarily say rabbinic or Talmudic story of Abraham, but there's a story of Abraham that does come from the tradition of Jewish oral tradition, and it might be found in, like I said, in the Talmud. But it's basically the story of Abraham and his father, where his father had a shop of idols. Obviously, this is not in a biblical story. It's not found in scripture. But Abraham's father was an idol worshiper, or he made idols and sold them. And Abraham was a child, or at least a young, maybe adolescent, and his dad had left, and he was mad because of all these idols. And so Abraham went and broke all the idols except for one. And the one that was left was the biggest one. And so when his dad came back, he said, "What happened? What did you do?" He said, "All the idols, they fought each other, and this one won." And
wow.
basically, yeah, this is in Jewish.
It's in the book of Jasher, I think.
Oh,
it's in one of those. Yeah, it's like
I kind
the
of
book
remember
of Jasher,
that.
or one of those. They're like just Jewish writings from back in the day.
I think you're
Yeah,
right, because I read the book of Jasher at one point, and I don't believe it's scriptural. I believe in the canon of scripture, but I think I recall that, and it's this extra biblical source that so because I was wondering where is he getting this from, and because
that's where we're
Abraham
getting it
never
from.
said he never said that in the Bible.
Yeah.
There is one more verse that from the Quran that I want to share, something we're talking about, and we'll go back to Raymond Ibrahim. But this is what I was talking about, the jizya tax, and concerning the last days also, according to Islam. It says, fight those who do not believe in Allah or in the last day, and who do not consider unlawful what Allah and his messenger have made unlawful, and who do not adopt the religion of truth from those who were given the scripture. Fight until they give the jizya willingly while they are humbled. So during normal times, they're to conquer, whether violently or through mass migration, as we're seeing, and but ultimately conquer and institute the jizya tax on those who have been humbled. So you have to get humbled, as in conquered. And so
Right.
this is what Islam thinks about us. It's not like, oh, we're just here and you have your religion and we have ours and let's all, integrate and be nice. It's the ultimate. If you actually believe what the Quran says, it's about humbling the unbelievers and forcing them to submit to Allah. So then it
And
says,
that's not radical. That's not radical. This is just Islam.
absolutely. This is like, if you're a true believer in Allah and the Quran and Muhammad. Sadly, I hope you're not, because it's even the way it reads. I know it's translated in the Arabic; it probably reads better, but the whole thing is just like, it's not scripture. It's just like it's appropriated from the book of Jasher, from Christian mysticism, all of this stuff. And then it says, fight those who believe not in Allah nor the last day, nor hold that forbidden which hath been forbidden by Allah and his messenger, or nor acknowledge the religion of truth, which is according to them Islam, even if they are of the people of the book. That's the Christians and the Jews, until they pay the jizya with willing submission. That's you got to submit to Allah and feel themselves subdued. Like, they want you to know that you're subdued. Those who do not believe in Allah in the last day, even though they were given the scriptures, and who do not hold as unlawful that which Allah and his messenger have declared to be unlawful, and who do not follow the true religion, fight against them until they pay tribute out of their hand and are utterly subdued. I mean, there's just so many, and the last few verses, or call them hadiths or whatever you call it. I don't even know. I don't want to know. Fight against those who believe not in Allah nor in the last day, nor forbid that which has been forbidden by Allah and his messenger, and those who acknowledge not the religion of truth among the people of the scripture, Jews and Christians, until they pay the jizya with willing submission. I mean, it's just different. I guess it's different translations of it, right? It's about submission, ultimately.
Yeah.
It really is. I'm going to share one more Quran passage, and then we'll go back to Raymond, because this one really is the height of submission, because this is the one where they subjugate women. And man, I don't understand how any woman would want to be a Muslim, and even wear those like hijabs and head coverings, like in Iran or different Saudi, like in the Middle East. It's so hot, and you have to cover up all the time. But it says in this verse, this is from Quran 4:34. This is actually from the Quran. It's not some commentary from the Sahih International Translation. Here's the Arabic of it. Men are in charge of women by right of what Allah has given one over the other, and what they spend for maintenance from their wealth. So he's saying basically, because they take care of the women, they basically own the women. So righteous women are devoutly obedient, guarding in the husband's absence what Allah would have them guard. But those wives from whom you fear arrogance, first advise them. Then if they persist, forsake them in bed. And finally, strike them. But if they obey you once more, seek no means against them. Indeed, Allah is ever exalted and grand. So there's a direct commandment from the Quran to strike your wife if she
Yeah.
gets out of line.
Yeah, I've seen people debate this on both sides of the aisle, Christians and Muslims. The Muslim will say stuff like, "Well, it's supposed to be symbolic. Maybe use a toothbrush or something like that. It's not, but it's not supposed to be like anything like you were thinking, right?" Well, on the Christian side, I've seen people say, "Well, no, the word is used, and I don't know the word in Arabic, and nor the definition, but obviously we know what strike means, and so obviously the Christians were basically debating with the Muslims, saying that word that is used there is to be like to hit with force. This is not just some little thing here. Like, Muslims will try to defend it, and they'll try to spiritualize it and just basically talk their way out of it. But I can almost guarantee you that any real Muslim who is practicing true Islam will use this verse to justify really striking his wife.
It's right there in black and white. So, and other things. Go ahead, Megan.
I find it really bizarre that the color that was picked for wearing the covering was black.
Yeah.
Because it pulls in the heat, and they're in hot places. So I'm like, man, that's like extra torture, right? The color. And then
Yeah,
like
I
this
saw that. I saw that. I went back before I became a Christian to Iran when I was like 18 or something, and it was the heat of summer, and the women not only had to wear the hijab. Nowadays, even before the war, it was loosening up as of the last 2 years after that one, lady was killed because she had was showing her hair. But back in like 1989 or something, when I went back, it was only like 10 years after the revolution, the Islamic revolution had occurred. Women had to fully cover your hair. I mean, you couldn't have like a strand of hair showing. You had to cover fully. And then on top of that, they would wear a trench coat over it just in case like one part of like your body or your normal clothing or something would show, and it was usually black or navy, and like dark blue or black, and it was just miserable. We would come home, and I had like girl cousins, and they would come home and like take it off, and they're just drenched with sweat. I mean, it's miserable. But they pick that
Yeah,
black because it's a death cult, right?
I would just end it. I couldn't deal with that. I don't deal with heat very well. And then imagine the
man.
women that go through menopause and they have hot flashes,
Mm.
and it's so crazy to me. But then also the other thing with this verse here is that I see videos like online of like in Afghanistan and places like that where they are doing this. Like they
Yeah.
even hang their wives up, like they bound their wrists and hang them up, and then they whip them with like sticks, like canes or something, over and over again.
Yeah.
Like so
Yeah, it's so evil. It's so evil. I just feel bad
and back
for
in
the
the
women.
day when when men were being men, when the British went in and colonized some of these places and they saw what they were doing, they lost their minds and completely forbid it, and like killed people for it. Like because they would burn their wives. If a husband's wife died, like in India, they would burn the widow with the man or whatever and alive, and then if they wanted to divorce their wife for whatever reason, they would burn them alive. And so the British men that went over there during the colonial years were horrified, and they would refuse to allow them to do this. Like they lost their minds on them, you know what I mean?
As they should
So
have. Yeah, but now they're
yeah.
inviting them in. It's like suicidal empathy, like it doesn't make sense why we're doing this. But yeah, it's sad and shocking. Let's finish up this 3 more minutes of the video. We're not going to watch the whole thing. It's a 25-minute video, but you guys go check out Raymond Ibrahim. Just great stuff.
So, because it's tribal, it was founded by a tribal man, Muhammad, in the 7th century. And so basically he took tribalism and re-articulated through a theological paradigm. So now the other is no longer just the other, he's the infidel. And the tribe isn't a blood tribe, it's all the Muslims. So they even have this in the doctrines. You have the entire, it's called Dar al-Islam, which is the abode, the world of Islam, and Dar al-Harb, which is the world of non-Islam. And the two must always fight until the home of Islam conquers the other one.
But most of the Muslims in Europe are assimilated Muslims. They are not so serious by religion, as you mentioned that. But even if this tendency, in 20, 30 year time, do you share the concern of many experts and the average man that the overgrowing population of Muslims and the demographical change, the Europe's political, cultural, religious landscape will be changed radically in 20, 30 years time? Are you afraid of this?
Well, it's already happened.
Yeah. But there will be a radical change.
Yeah, it's already happened, but it's going to be much worse, of course. The more any country becomes Islamic by population, the more it becomes Islamic by culture and by society. We see this already in places. I traveled recently in in England, which has large Muslim populations, and I was surprised to see everywhere I looked they had foot washing for Muslims for prayer. So that's a society that is being Islamified.
And you are not talking about no-go zones on Muslim
No,
quarters.
it was an
You're
airport.
talking about average squares, huh?
Regular airport.
Yeah.
Okay, so that means they are acquiescing to Islamic, basically culture and society because the numbers are growing. And there's another thing I should add to clarify about my earlier point about who's radical and who's not. Even within Islam itself, there's a doctrine and a teaching which says when you are outnumbered and weak, you can be what we call secular. You can be moderate. You don't have to enforce jihad because it's not the right time. And so there's a lot of doctrines and teachings, and historically this has also happened where Muslims would behave as friends amongst non-Muslims because they were the minority. And then when that number grows, it starts changing and the truth starts coming out. And I think we're already seeing this in a lot of countries. So again, this doesn't mean that.
Yeah, it's really crazy, guys. And people don't realize, like, under Sharia, you can't drink alcohol, you can't dance in public, you can't hold hands with like your boyfriend or girlfriend unless you're married, or like these are like things that like we take for granted. You can't sing song. I mean, it's really right. People they underestimate what's happening here.
There are truly moderates who are just nominal. So it's just, I'm just showing you how complex the scenario is. There's the radicals who are open. There's the ones who are not religious and who we call moderate. And then in the middle, you have those who are shifting alliances depending on where things go. And if the radicals start getting stronger, they join them.
And what is the worst scenario in this aspect for the case of UK or France in 20 years time?
Well, if it comes to a point where, a country has now, the UK, they claim, 10, 12%, which doesn't sound a lot, but of course they're very concentrated. So it looks a lot, but I think the number is bigger. But I think if it reaches something like 25%, that's the end of it. It's going to be essentially a nation that prioritizes Islam before anything else. And as that number grows and as Muslims become stronger, the tolerance for the natives is going to become even more severe. Or less tolerance, basically. So that's why these countries are places like England are either going to be conquered, okay, peacefully.
You use the word conquer, right?
Of course.
Actually, just came to my mind that these wars are Turkish wars. Yeah. We are sitting in a bastion called the Golden Bastion. It was in the Turkish times when Hungary was conquered by the Turkish forces.
Can you pause it for a second?
Yeah, and that was about the end of the clip that I wanted to share. So yeah, go ahead.
Okay. I actually agree with this man on England and places like that, Scotland and stuff, and Ireland. They're going to be conquered, and it's going to be quicker than people think. Maybe like 10 years is all that they have, and there is no way to stop it because their politicians want this to happen. And the only people who don't want it to happen, like, there's a new party that's arrived, and they said that they are going to that millions and millions and millions will have to be remigrated back to where they came from. They'll have to make treaties with these countries to take them back, and it's called remigration. And they just started less than a year ago and have already
that Restore? The Restore Britain Party.
If they do not do that, England is gone. Like, it is gone.
Conquered.
There's nothing that conquered, completely gone. And what will end up happening because they're already talking about suspending jury trials there. So they're going to do away with jury trials in
in favor
England.
of like Sharia courts.
No, just because, just nothing. You don't get a jury trial anymore. You just get go in front of a court, because they don't have, because it's so much crime going on because of all the migrants and stuff. They don't have a system to do it anymore. It's just becoming overloaded. So they're just
Right.
going to do away. They're just going to do away with the jury trial. What's going to happen is, once those Muslims get enough population, they are going to machete hack all the white people in England and Britain. I guarantee you, in like 20, 30, 40 years, that's what's going to happen.
Yeah. I mean, it's hard to predict exactly where it'll go, but that's pretty
Well,
reasonable
that's
to
where
think.
it goes in history. Like when in
Yeah,
all these
it
other
does.
countries, like India, Burma, Rwanda, places like that. Like
Yeah.
when you even in the Baltic region, when they had conflict during the after the Cold War in the early 90s, there was a Muslim population that was attacking the other population of Serbs, and they were just going and hacking them and killing them in multitude, and they were Christian. The Muslims were attacking the Serbian Christians in Yugoslavia. So in all of history, once they get enough power, they just go and slaughter you. So
Yeah, I mean that's what we've seen. That reminds me of, like, we were talking about the Byzantine Empire and the reason for the Crusades. It's really weird. Like, if you look at it on a map and you see like the rise of Christianity, after Rome, after Christianity became the official state religion of Rome, and during the Byzantine Empire, and it just spread. It's like the gospel was going forward. I know some of it's political and it wasn't maybe always the pure gospel, but in essence it was Western civilization, and which is built on Christian ideology, and that was going forward, and we were spreading Christianity even in places like Africa. I remember, like, we used to have all these missionaries in the 80s and 90s that would be sent to Africa and Uganda and all these places. Well, all these are like Muslim nations now, and so again, it's just a matter of Islam will conquer what Christianity leaves behind. So it really is that vacuum. We have to fill it with Christ. We have to fill it with the Lord Jesus, and I don't think people realize that Islam is at war with us, with Christianity. We've been at war with Islam for 1400 years, since they took those lands, since they took Egypt, Lebanon, Syria. They went into the Arab Peninsula. They went from there into Persia, into Iran. They took all these lands that were, then they even went into Spain, right? And took over Jerusalem and everything from the Byzantines. So people don't realize, it's like we have a different mindset.
But there's no doubt about it, Afshin. Like what you said is that Islam is at war. They see it as a holy conquest. It is part of their religion to conquer. Even Raymond Ibrahim he hammers it home that Islam is not just a religion. It's a political ideology. It is a governmental system that they see as their right to go into a land, and eventually they know that, or they believe that they will be able to establish their rule of law. And it's going to be a Quranic Islamic rule of law system. That's what their whole goal is, and they're not going to stop until they get there, or until somebody makes them stop.
Right. And, I recently saw another video where it was talking about ISIS at one point. They came out and stated that their mission, their goal is to overtake the Vatican and like Vatican Square City and behead the Pope live on air as like during, like, that's like their stated goal. Like ISIS has come out and literally said that. So as a fear tactic, as a measure of submission, can you imagine, like, if it gets to that point? I mean, that's like the Crusades, like, all over again. right?
Oh yeah. Yeah.
So it's really crazy stuff.
I do have a clip. I have a clip down below that's also short. If you want
Yeah.
to
Yeah, we can play that. I'm gonna let's answer Mary and talk about the dogs in Islam. We'll share yours, and then as we enter the latter half, as we get to this point, we usually try to go out on like a positive note. So I have one more clip as well, and we'll probably and see if there's anything else.
Yeah,
But
and
Mary,
then I have a more slightly funnier sort of like clip that's not super short, but like that we can do towards the end of.
okay.
Yeah.
Good. Yeah, we like to end on a positive note, so we'll share some of those. But Mary June says, "Why do they hate dogs so much? Do you guys know about the dog issue in Islam? Like, why do they
Probably
hate?"
just because they hate anything that's normal. They're like, oh, you're not allowed to do that. Like, I don't know why they hate dogs. Something about they're unclean, right?
It's
I have no
ritually
idea.
it's ritually impure. For Muslims, it's called najis, which is like dirty, or like it's like unclean, because if you think about like dogs in like other cultures and other nations, they were kind of wild animals. They weren't as domesticated as they are today. But at that time, Muhammad, or somebody within Islam, like Islam, believes not only is it ritually impure, but they have this weird idea that angels can't enter a room if there are dogs present. So
right.
it's really weird. So angels
That
and
is.
So demons can't enter the room when there's dogs present, huh?
That's interesting. That's an interesting connection. So it's one of the hadiths, which is like not the Quran, but it's like the prophetic so-called sayings, kind of like the Talmud is to Jews, like the hadiths would be to Muslims.
Do you know if they tolerate bells in their culture?
Oh, interesting. You mentioned bells. Do
I don't
bells
know.
like call angels in lore,
Well,
or in?
they ward off just like bad, juju, bad spirits or whatever. Churches always had bells, but there are like folklore that the bells kept the good, angels, like good energy around you. You know what I mean?
Right.
And that the
Right.
bad energy doesn't like bells. So I'm kind of wondering if Muslims have
I
an
don't.
aversion to.
I haven't heard that. I know they have an aversion to the dogs, which is becoming like a problem in New York at times, or like different European nations, where some Muslims are getting mad that people are walking their dogs. So that's an issue.
Good.
I know.
I hope they push that, because that's like the one thing that'll get the liberal women to be so upset if they try to start taking their dogs away from them. So
Yeah, they have this weird thing about jinns. Have you heard of the jinns in Islam? They're kind of here. I'll share this if you can see it. They're this weird. It says in Islamic theology, jinn are supernatural, intelligent beings created by Allah from a smokeless flame of fire. Unlike angels, who are created from light and have no free will, jinn possesses free will and intellect. They share the earth with humans, are morally accountable for their actions, and can choose to follow either good or evil. It's kind of like, like genie, the word genie, like genie in a bottle. That
yeah.
comes from a jinn, which is like this
Afshin.
Islamic. Yeah. What?
Dude. Okay, so
What?
I just
Okay.
looked this up.
Yeah.
I looked up, do Muslims like bells, like in Grok, and it
Okay.
said no, traditional Islamic teachings generally discourage or dislike bells, particularly those associated with churches or producing melodic musical sounds.
Weird.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
Boom.
Yeah, I was gonna say that I think they probably wouldn't, because they don't like instruments. They don't use instruments. They think instruments are a bad thing. So like you won't see instruments being used, like the call to prayer or anything like that. You're just not going to see instrumental.
So is that in like more orthodox Islam? Because I've seen like they do this like weird, like what I've heard is they'll do music is permissible if it's praising Allah, and it's like they have like certain drums or different things, but it's very limited. It is a very anti music, anti dance,
Yeah.
anti like
So it says several authentic hadiths describe bells negatively. The bells are the musical instruments of Satan. Angels do not enter a house with a bell or
Wow.
accompany travelers with one, often linked to dogs as well.
That's so weird. Yeah, because you always hear I don't know how true it is, but like you ring a bell and like an angel appears. Wasn't that like in one of those old black and white movies? It's a Wonderful Life, like a
It's
bell.
been
Was that
common.
when
It's been
angels
common
get
in
their wings?
all.
Angels get
It's
their
like
wings like when you hear a bell or something.
it's just been common in all like mythology and folklore for like all of time that bells are good. They bring in like the good stuff, you know what I mean?
Right.
And that
Yeah.
and demons don't like bells.
Interesting.
That's why
Interesting.
people will have bells on their doors. So when the door opens, like a little bell will ring. And
That's what the origins of the doorbell too. I didn't know all that.
Or the song Jingle Bells.
Oh wow. So
I don't know.
that's maybe sounds right. But that's interesting that Islam does not like it, and they don't like dogs, and they don't because they don't believe the angels can appear to them if the ritually unpure dogs are there. I find it fascinating. Let me show you a picture of the weird demonic. You guys like pray in the spirit because it's like demonic these jinns that they believe in. Let me see if I could find that image here.
I was gonna say I thought a jinn was like the devil in there.
Yeah, I mean it's very demonic. Like for them, it's not like a demon per se. Let me minimize this so you can see it. But these weird images of like it is demons. It is very demonic.
Demonic, yeah.
But anyway, we don't want to get too off track on that. As you noticed, Alex, as we get into towards the end, like the last half hour or last 40 minutes, we kind of have like more of a free segment and just go off a little bit on various topics like this. Just so you know.
That's okay. No, that's okay. Listen, I was gonna say before you move on, I probably just got to bounce, but
yeah.
I just want to say, Afshin, I mean, I enjoyed being on the podcast with you. Definitely look forward to more, and God willing, and also Megan, thank you as well for everything that you bring to this podcast. And I guess last thing I'll say is like I just believe that like us as Christians, it's really going to be on our shoulders to really push back in a righteous way. Because you have that far right mentality that, the people like Jake Lang and all these other guys that are doing it, just, they're going on the opposite end of the spectrum, and they're doing it in a way that is only in the flesh and only generating more hatred, when the true answer is obviously Christ. That's the only thing that's really going to bring balance. But anyways, yeah, that's all I just wanted to say. But I do appreciate, again, just the opportunity. It's just I know my family's inside; they're waiting on me.
Yeah, well, hey man, you stayed with us for 2.5 hours, so we appreciate you. We are nearing the end of the stream, anyway. So I really appreciate you coming on. I hope you'll come on again, and we can collab and talk. And everyone go and join Alex's channel. It's in the description of this video, and Megan's. And if you haven't subscribed to this one, definitely do also. We want to build it up and come back and not only talk about like Islam, but the gospel and everything else. So thank you for being here, brother. God bless you. And
right.
Thanks for coming on, man.
God bless. And Lord willing, I look forward to the next one. God bless you guys.
God bless you.
God bless you. See you later.
All right, awesome. All right, Megan, it's you and me. What did you want to share? Let's share your video, and
It's
then
another
we'll just.
compilation, yeah, from Milk Bar TV. So
Okay,
it's
is it
called
Charlie? And go and share.
it's
Tell us where.
called Megyn Kelly sides with Tucker Carlson, embracing Islam, rejecting friend Charlie's warnings. So it's just going to be a compilation video.
Okay.
Islam is not compatible with Western civilization. Fundamentally, Islam is at war with freedom of speech, with freedom of worship, with freedom of assembly, freedom of religion, and separation of mosque and state.
I just like reverent people. And anyone who bows down before God and admits I'm not God 5 times a day doesn't share my theology. We don't have the same view of how you get to heaven. But that person is not by definition my enemy.
Individual Muslims
So
can be great
naive.
members of American society. We all know them. But in the macro, in the big picture, are we really benefiting the more that we are importing Islamists into the West? I say no.
The Christian worldview, and by the way, also the Muslim worldview, is a universal worldview. Anybody can come to this faith. That's my worldview. I was born into it. I believe
Can you
it's
pause
sincere.
it for a minute?
And
It's just crazy. So is he inviting people and saying anyone can join Islam and it's just all universalist and we can all share all of this? Is that what he
Yeah,
said, or did I mishear him?
he's comparing it to Christianity, saying Christianity is a universalist religion that anybody can become a Christian, and he's saying
Right.
like, oh, Islam's like that too. So see, they're good.
They're
Yeah.
like that in that you can willingly join them, but if you don't willingly join them, they'll make you join them. So it's bizarre. It's bizarre. But yeah, let's watch the
so
rest.
anyone else who has that worldview, I'm willing to be friends with.
The tragic truth of far too much Muslim immigration to the West. You see it in Rotterdam, you see it in Paris, you see it in London, you see it across Germany, is that the Islamist world does not assimilate well to the Western world. In fact, they create their own pockets of no-go zones. They tried to take over City Hall, as you can see evidence in London and Rotterdam.
And God
They
bless
tried to
Charlie
create own
Kirk,
areas
man.
of their
I miss Charlie.
Sharia-type law and radical Islam.
Well, I've done years in coverage.
Yeah, he was so logical, like about everything. So
He's such a gem and so needed. What a blessing. I mean,
know.
I still like have not gotten over, I still think about it pretty often still, actually.
Me
Yeah.
too. Me too. It's so unfortunate.
He's just so good.
Coverage of these radical jihadis and radical Islamists and who they are. And Ayan has been my best teacher on all of it. I mean, just read any book she's written, read any
She's
article she's
fabulous.
written. She's lived it firsthand. I now see we've all been manipulated. You have no idea how ubiquitous and powerful AIPAC, Israel, its lobby, its paid agents. There are a lot of those folks in our nation pushing propaganda on us. And I frankly think I've been too trusting. That what their goal is not a secret. You actually don't have to spend much time looking at this to know what their goal is.
Our final objective is to create our own Islamic systems, and not only create Islamic systems for Muslims, but to look at all the other people who are sharing this country with us. And in that long-range process of making America Muslim, all of America Muslim.
So it's not a secret. And I have been blown away by how openly the Israel First crowd is demanding that I and others hate Muslims or else, or what? We're going to be called empty vessels, or we're going to be like shamed for having said things that are questioning about Islam.
Well, no one's saying,
sure everyone in the
pause it
audience
for one
understands.
sec.
There's some good Muslims out
Such a great clip, Megan, but no one's saying to hate Muslims. Like, we want to preach the gospel to Muslims. I have Muslim family. You know what I mean? It's not like, we hate Muslims, but Islam is an ideology, is demonic and just evil.
They're spending too much time like on, they think her and Tucker and whoever, they think that Twitter and YouTube and stuff is reality, when in all actuality it's hyper reality. So
It is.
there are a lot of Jews on there that are pushing, against the Muslim thing, and I think that's what she's talking about. But you know what? My opinion on all that stuff is that I would rather it blows my mind to think that you would rather have, like, they're all like, oh, Israel's taking over. Okay, fine. I'd rather have Israel take over.
I would too. I mean,
but
we agree more with, like, it's like there's a reason why we call it Judeo-Christian values. Like, we share a lot of commonalities. I'm not talking about like your avid Zionist, anti-Zionist, all this stuff. But just like culturally, as a people, I relate to the Jew. I don't relate to the Islamist. You know, I just don't. And again, I have family that's Muslim, but I don't relate to it. Not the ones who are like actually hardcore Muslim, the ones that actually follow the religion. But it's sad, and that's where I don't understand. You know, I mean, we've touched on
Well,
this. I've touched
I
on
don't
this.
relate I don't relate to Jews or Muslims, but I'm just saying like and I don't call myself Judeo-Christian, but
I
you know,
know people don't like that term, and you
that's
know,
just like that's just my weird self, but
I
like
know.
if you think about it, who would you like okay, so would we rather there be just all these Muslims countries, or would we rather there be more Jewish countries?
Right, exactly. And for me,
Obviously.
I say I relate to Jews not because I agree with Judaism in its current form, whether Reformed or Orthodox or any of that. I believe in, you know, the elect or Jesus Christ and those who are in the seat of Jesus Christ. But, you know, for me, like I grew up around a lot of Jews, like living in Los Angeles, and like most of my best
Yeah.
friends were like Jewish. My first girlfriend was Jewish. So
They
like,
are hilarious people. Like they do have like sort of like a like as a group they kind of have similar ways like what's it called? Traits about them. And their traits are hilarious and awesome. Like I don't you know,
yeah, and you know, I mean,
there's
there's so many different groups of Jews today. Like you've got your secular Jews, which is the majority. You've got your Reformed, which are like very liberal. You've got your Orthodox, who are more strict by the Pharisee, like a Pharisee religion kind of a thing in a way. And
yeah, but they
you
all
know,
kind of have a similar like vibe about them.
yeah.
You know what I mean? That's
There is
hilarious. I
something,
don't
yeah, you could say there's a certain something different about every group. Like even like Persians are different than the Arabs, and but there's something unique, and maybe some would, you know, the Zionists would say special about the Jew. But you know, I mean, we know the
No,
elect are in
yeah, it's
Christ,
about
but
like there's things about the way Chinese people act. There's things
right.
about the way, yeah.
I
But
like
so
every
like
like I like Chinese, I like Japanese people, I like
yeah,
everybody. I just don't like the Islamists. I don't want
right.
Islam. Um, but you want to play the
But I
rest?
just yeah,
Or
I
go
think
ahead. Yeah.
it's I think it's bizarre that people would be so worked up about what's going on with Israel and all these Muslim countries. It's like who cares? Like if Israel's going to be on top, they are way more advanced. They do have way more technology. They're probably are going to expand or whatever. Who cares? Like, you know, like what is
Yeah.
the problem? It drives me
Yeah. Well,
crazy.
we need to talk about the politics of that on another stream, because there are people like the Massey crowd and people who claim that Israel's running our government and all of this stuff, which you know, I think there's a Jewish lobby here, but there's also a big Chinese lobby people don't know about here in the US. But anyway, yeah, let's watch the rest
There,
and
obviously. But as Islam has crept its way into the power centers of the West, it has not materially improved our life. In fact, it's done the exact opposite. And I encourage everyone in the audience, have the courage to call out what you know to be true. It's not like Islamophobic to say
The online hate campaign to silence this point of view. Like you are not allowed, at least as a conservative or a right winger or somebody who's perceived to be on the right side of the aisle, to be in any way soft on Muslims. My God, it's like, you know what? Fuck off. I'll be whatever I want to be. And if I want to reevaluate any POVs at 55, I'll do it. Too bad. Yeah, look what's happening in London. You don't have to go far to find out what's happening.
Amen.
yeah, good clip, Megan. I mean, let's share another. Let me share one here. Hang on one
Okay.
sec. I get my share screen. Do you ever watch or did you want to say anything about that before I move on?
Oh no, I just thought it would be I just find it really interesting that people like to see what they were saying even just like less than a year ago, less than 6
Yeah.
months ago in some cases, and now they're all doing this. It's like crazy.
Yeah. No, that was a revealing clip. You ever watch Asmund Gold? Do you know who that is?
Oh yeah.
Pretty funny, right? Just to kind of lighten things up, you mentioned the funny video. So I'm going to play this, and then maybe you could play your funny video. We're getting towards the end of the stream, so we try to end on something more positive. There is a longer clip that I want to go to at the very end to give us some hope about maybe it's not all bleak. Maybe things are going to turn around and we're going to fight this, but we have to be proactive. But let's go, before we do all that, to just funny clip related to Islam.
It's
On
no
viral after
sound.
this
There
amazing
you go.
police called the policewoman standing up to the angry mob of Muslims is a hero. The second half of the video is going viral after this amazing policewoman put radical Islamists in their place after they called the police to remove a Christian preacher in their Christian country. They kept saying, this is a Muslim area. No, this is England. Context.
The reason I want to share this real quick before we dive into it is that you actually normally see the exact opposite of what we're going to see in this video in the UK. Often, you know, you have like the police are defending the Muslims against Britons. You can't even, against Brits, you can't even like wave the British flag in certain areas because it would be seen as an incitement of violence and you would be arrested for waving your own nation's flag. But that's what we normally see. But this is a rare instance where we see just the opposite. So I just wanted to share this.
So there are teachings about what Muhammad taught, and I'm quoting it. And I'm asking them, do you believe this? Do you believe this? I'm telling them that Christianity preaches this. Obviously, you're in a Muslim area.
Why do you come here and want us to worship a Jewish man? We don't want to worship a Jewish man. They want us to worship a Jewish man.
So listen. I hear what you're saying. In this country, we have freedom of speech, the same way you guys have your freedom of speech. Now, you guys don't need to see eye to eye, and you don't need to agree, and you're all more than welcome to stand here and have conversations with them, but they're not being aggressive.
Asman cracks me up just because of his like wild expressions.
Yeah, his ticks. He has ticks.
Oh,
Like,
are they ticks? I thought he was just like being like he's just funny. Like that's just
Yeah,
him.
he has Tourette's, I think, or something.
Oh, that makes a little bit more sense.
Never know, he might get smashed up.
Let me paraphrase what he just
But
said.
he's
Since
so
the Christian
funny.
preacher is in a Muslim area, other Muslims could eventually mess him up.
That's their risk. That's their risk.
What are the risks?
The risks are that they could get assaulted,
All right.
isn't it?
These are just violent mobs of people that want to beat the shit out of anybody who disagrees with their religion. The fact that these people are in Britain in the first place is a mistake.
But when hundreds of people are stopping it, because what you say, there must be something wrong. Right.
If there's a lot of us that are mad, that means that we're justified.
There must be something wrong. Right. Yeah.
It's a contentious area.
So why is he doing that? Yeah.
He has the right to do it.
But you see, there's a difference between hate and the freedom of speech.
There's a difference between hate and freedom of speech. People like this advocate for this protection, but then whenever they have a majority, they'll totally oppress the people that are around them.
What he's doing is hate. That's a full hate crime, man.
Basically, the Christian guy explained to the police officer in the very beginning, all I'm saying is this is what Christianity teaches, and you can believe it or not believe it. And they're going crazy. Like they don't want to hear it, right? And it's this whole thing about freedom of speech versus hate speech. That's huge in Britain.
It's not.
He's going fully against another religion.
If you're going against our religion is a hate crime.
I hear you, but we don't have control.
And this is Islam, this is Whitechapel, Bengali area. Muslim area.
No, I understand. I understand that you guys don't want to hear it. I would recommend that you just move away and don't listen to him.
Isn't it just the exact opposite here, Megan? Like, or what we normally see? She's like, if you don't like what you're hearing, just step away. And like, you don't have to make a big deal out of it. Just keep walking. Right?
Yeah. I'm sort of like nervous the whole time watching this with her and all those men like staring at her. Like, I'm just like, is there more cops nearby? Like,
I
I'm
know.
so worried.
Yeah, she's on her own. Yeah, but it's like you normally see the exact opposite in the UK is the police would tell the Christian or even arrest the Christian for just saying anything that might be perceived as offensive to the Muslim. So great job that like, what a good cop. Like this is a good cop. This is a great example of how law enforcement should be. I remember, and before we'll finish this video real quick, but I remember when we were at the church at Planned Parenthood. You remember that in Spokane where we were going to Planned Parenthood and holding church services there. And we had those counter protesters that would come and
Yeah.
protest us protesting Planned Parenthood. I think that's where you first met me or saw me or something, right?
We weren't even protesting. Like the place wasn't even
We were
open.
worshiping.
We were just holding church outside on the public
Yeah.
area. Yeah.
That was the
But no,
beauty of it.
I saw you on you were interviewed on like Coach Dave or something. That's how I
Yeah.
found
Was that how you
I was
found me
like,
from Coach Dave?
yeah, I was
Okay.
like, that's like near me.
But didn't I see you at the church at Planned Parenthood? Is that when you first came up to me?
I came up to you because I saw you on that interview. And then I was like, oh, that's where I live. And then I saw you at the Planned Parenthood thing, and then I went up to find out how to find your church because it wasn't
Right. Yeah.
listed.
Yeah, that was really cool. I was really glad that you came up, but and came to our church, and now that's why we're here, even continuing our friendship. But during those days, we're holding worship services at Planned Parenthood. And there were counter protesters from the left, if you remember, and there were like sometimes like 100 counter protesters that would line up. Eventually that dwindled down to like 30 or something. And I would, the advice from like both camps was like, stay away from one another. Don't interact, don't go near each other. And I'm like, you know what? If I want to go talk to them, I'm going to go talk to them, because I think we actually should interact with one another and have those debates and discussions like Charlie Kirk was, wanting to do. And so I would go over to that across the street where we weren't supposed to go, allegedly, not breaking any laws, but I would go to the counter protesters and just go, hey, just kind of stand there and ask them, like, wait for someone to engage with and have discussions. And man, they would like these guys, they would just get crazy, and the cops would come. And I'm just like very calm, like I'm like kind of soft spoken and calm, and I'm not like, yelling at anybody or shouting, or being respectful and polite. I'm trying to like win these people over to Christ. And I go over, and one of the police come, and the police were great there, by the way. I'm not bashing the cops. They were actually pretty much on our side.
Yeah, they had to have a whole budget for that event. Like they had to have police there every time with
Yeah, they enjoyed it. I think they looked like they liked being there. There's like a couple cops, and more than a couple, but there were police there. But they came up to me like within like 3 minutes of talking to the counter protesters, and the counter protesters were like, arrest him, like they didn't even like me trying to engage. But basically the police said to me, you need to go back to the other side of the street. And we're talking on a public sidewalk. And they said, and I said, what do you mean? This is America. I can stand here and speak to whoever the heck I want, and they're like, well, if you say something that causes those protesters to attack you, then we will arrest you, because you're inciting violence with the Bible. Because I was probably talking about Jesus to them or something. But this is what's happened. It's not just the UK, it's the USA and certain liberal states, especially because we're at Washington at the time. But they literally told me that I would be arrested if they attacked me. You know what I mean? Not the other way around. If I attacked them. But that just reminded me of that. This good police.
That's crazy.
Isn't that crazy? And some of the other story where I actually did get arrested for sometime shortly after that for not agreeing with the drag queen story hour, the first ever story hour. But anyway, that was all dropped and it's all good now. But let's listen to this to the end. Let's just finish this video.
Yeah, just get the fuck out of here. Exactly. Problem solved.
My Christian.
Excuse me, can we leave you?
So if we came outside his...
You're not in he's not in your home.
No, but at the end of the day, this is our community.
No, I hear you.
You don't see you don't see Muslims walking around insulting other faiths and religions. But he's doing that
You
himself.
guys can preach about your religion the same way.
But he's not preaching, he's inciting hatred by saying, he was calling our prophet a donkey.
No, that's not what he said.
This ideology is just totally incompatible with Western values and Western culture. People are afraid to say this, but I think this needs to be said. In the same way that you shouldn't be going over to Saudi Arabia and telling all the Muslims, you need to let women, you need to let them vote, you need to let them wear this. They also need to not come over here and tell us, you need to stop doing this, you need to start doing this. These two ideologies and ways of life are completely incompatible. They kept saying this is a Muslim area. No, this is England. Yeah, exactly, right? And this is what they try and do. They try to take over areas, then they try to enforce their own laws into that. No, this is amazing. Yeah, total fucking patriot. I love to see this. Absolutely.
Welcome back to the show, everyone.
Anyway, yeah, I mean that's the whole thing in a nutshell, right? They come over, they take over the demographics, they took over the cities, and then these are like regular Muslim guys. These aren't like your radicals, or they weren't about to like get violent right there because they can't right now. But this is Islam. It's crazy, you know, that the West is allowing this to happen.
Yeah, and it's a lot of like just a lot of it too is that there has been so much Marxist infiltration into like everything. And so like what I was trying to explain earlier with the internet the international liberal world order is that this is a thing that was put into place by progressives right back in the day mostly. But all that got taken over by Marxism as time marched on. So now we have all these institutions with these crazy like Marxist ideology that brings in all these very strange ideas. Like I said before, the blank slate theory, where they really literally think they can that humans are blank slates and you can just put them in any environment and they will change and be fine, rather than noticing that we're all sort of different, right? English men and the English culture that built the West is much different, right, than Pakistani culture, you know?
Yeah.
So
It's wild. What about this?
But they
Go ahead.
But they don't see reality, you know what I'm saying? Like, they tell us stuff that's, like, not reality, right? So they're like, "Oh, multiculturalism is good for you, et cetera," and then, we look around and we're like, "No, it's not. How can you not see that it's not," right? And so it's
Well, it's interesting because I don't have a problem with multiculturalism in the sense of like let's say if like a Hispanic is coming to America legally, like I'm glad that we have like some Mexican awareness and like Mexican food and music and sharing that culture. It enriches our own culture. Like I like going to LA where like there's like a Persian food, or there's like like really great Chinese food or Japanese food, and it's not just all about the food. I'm using that example because I like, you know, I'm like a foodie. I like going out and having good food, but it's just I don't like I find it interesting to talk to like people from other cultures, but ultimately like it should remain a minority, and I'm not talking about Islam. Islam isn't a culture.
multiculturalism is like an actual thing. Like, it's an actual word that liberals use. So like it's not like
Yeah.
like America has always had, like, we had Chinese people here in
Right.
the pioneer days that did all kinds of stuff, and then they had like their Chinatown and stuff like that. We've always had stuff like that. This thing called multiculturalism though is like this weird ideology that then says we have to accept everything, like we have to like almost put them on a pedestal, accept all their
In that
like
sense,
change
yeah.
change everything around for them to benefit them, and all this stuff is sort of what it leads to. And then they have all these words to call you when you don't like that, like xenophobia and all this stuff. So
Racist and all of that. Yeah. Yeah,
Right.
absolutely. I mean, in that sense, I'm glad you defined it, because in that sense, yeah, it's not like we should just be like a globalist nation with no national identity, and we just have like different pockets of different cultures that we all have to respect. Like that's not how it's supposed to be, you know. But I like that's why I'm like for legal migration and things like that, where we're not importing Islam. I don't want Islamists in the country, but like, you know, I want like your regular, I value different ethnicities, different cultures, but ultimately, like, I don't want to see Japan like turn white, just like I don't want to see Europe become like all Muslim. Do you know what I mean? Like, I think Japan should be primarily for Japanese people, and China should be primarily for Chinese people. I don't want to like go to like China on a visit, or Japan or somewhere, and be like, hey, it's all white people here or black people here or whatever. Do you know what I mean? Like, I think we should retain our own national identity within the nations. Like, Europe should be predominantly, I think, white. I think that's okay. Am I wrong on that?
Yeah.
What are your
I think what I would like is just a actual realistic view of other cultures and other ethnicities, because that's what I think one of the main issues is that they pretend like they're all the same, and it doesn't matter where you came from, you're all the same. But we are not all the same. We are all very uniquely different. You are not ever going to get the laws like the what came out of English, the coded laws, the gentry, the way British culture was. You're not going to ever get that coming out of Pakistan or India or whatever. You know what I mean? So we're
It's a
all
different
different.
culture.
And
Yeah.
that's okay. But with the liberal ideology, we're not supposed to ever notice differences or acknowledge them or whatever. So I think if we could be realistic about cultures and that we're different, and that European culture is why we have what we have in America. European culture built all this stuff, like the
And
laws, the
it did, and it's more about
Go ahead.
culture, like it's more like culture, like we were saying before, and more than it is about ethnicity. You know, it's like we want to retain European culture for Europe. You know,
Yeah.
so
Yeah, like but you know, you're not going to get Shakespeare and all this stuff
coming
coming
out
out
of
of other
Pakistan,
cultures, right? They have their
right?
own they have their own stuff that they do that makes them them, and it's like
Right.
we're not allowed to have that extinguishing difference, and we're not allowed to say, that English people or American people, we have our own like things that make us like cool and unique, because if we do, then we're being uh white supremacists, you know what I mean? And so
Right.
and it's really making people angry. And so I just think we should be realistic about these type of things, and like, no, you can't bring like 200,000 Somalis and dump them into, Minnesota and think everything's going to be fine, because they don't take in these differences, you know what I mean?
Especially overnight, it's
So
such a mass scale.
anyway, it just
Yeah, I totally agree. I totally agree. It's just mass migration is a huge problem. You change the demographics of these cities overnight, of course people are going to be upset, you know. I'm sure you saw this clip, right?
yeah,
The
and
one
they're not going to care about our constitution or our rule of law or our Christian belief systems either. So you're fundamentally changing the country to where those things don't matter anymore, which means they will not last or be around, which is the end of your
Yeah.
nation.
It's an
you know?
erasure of Western society, and that Western society is rooted in Christian values, basically, and Islam isn't. So it's a major clash. But did you see this I think it's from Scotland, where a young boy, they're like 6 years old or something, 6 to 8. It's like this scouts group that was taken on a field trip to a
Oh,
mosque to learn to pray. Did you see this one? This was going around this week.
no.
Yeah, check this out. It's a short clip, just 14 seconds. just the raw footage here.
Based.
Yeah. Yeah, isn't that
I'm also
awesome?
seeing
Okay.
it.
That's pretty good. He's like,
I
what is
wanna
going on? Like,
I want to play that again because what disturbs me is those other little boys that are they're just like bowing their heads on that carpet. Like how easy it is to influence and to brainwash. Why is this even happening? Like why are they doing this? It's so crazy to me.
oh, this is brought by Catholics for Catholics.
This video is not that they're like there's like a bunch
Yeah.
of this clip going around from different places. This is just the channel that I found this clip on. Look at him just fall to the ground in submission. Like it's like their necks. You know what I mean? Just their necks being displayed in submission. They're you know, showing their necks, so to speak, like a sacrificial lamb. It's so bizarre to me, you know?
Yeah, that's no good.
Yeah, and then of course you saw in the beginning, we saw all the Muslim clips that are happening right here in the US. So it's crazy. Did you see this one from Italy also? I'll just kind of play like sections of it. I don't want to like watch the whole thing, but I want you to see this is let me maximize it so you can see it better. But this is in Turin, which, you know, have you heard of the Shroud of Turin? It's here
Yeah.
basically in this Italian
Yeah.
city. And if you look at like, you're gonna see like footage of these of like the historic buildings in Italy just being destroyed. And it's not all the migrants and the Muslims, but pretty much this is a predominantly run, you know, Muslim neighborhood. But check this
One of the most
out.
urgent reports I've ever done on the show, which is
Let me
all about
slow
the
it down
Islamic
a little.
takeover of Italy. What was once the Western epicenter of Christendom has now turned into what is essentially a caliphate under massive amounts of Islamic dominance. Just watch the video I'm about to show you from the city of Turin, which you may know as housing the holy relics of the Shroud of Turin. It now resembles a city from the Middle East. It looks like a caliphate. Just watch the video I'm about to show you and how decrepit and how dirty and filthy the city has become as a result of massive amounts of Islamic migration. Now, after this, we're going to watch another video which exposes ISIS's
Let me forward it through the ad.
and the key goal is to take Rome. And the key goal is to take Rome, to take the Vatican. Now, at the same time, the Pope in Rome is doing nothing about this. He's just opened up an Islamic prayer room in the Vatican library. He's doing all these interfaith dialogues as if the Muslims need to teach the Christians something. And it's followed by one platitude after the next about how Christians work together.
Pause it.
Yeah.
It's just an utter betrayal of everybody who is in power that can do anything about anything. Cause like we can't, like, what are we supposed to do?
Well,
you know
that's
what I
the thing.
mean? So it's
We
like
need a popular uprising of like, we need like people to become aware of what's going on and stand against it as a culture. But yeah, you're right. Like, what can we do? Because from the governmental level, they're betraying
like
us.
and they don't have to live around these people. They don't care. You know what I mean? Because they live in gated communities and in areas where they don't allow this stuff to be in them. So they just throw us to the wolves, and they don't like, it's just an utter betrayal, like of every, like your one job in government, right? Like is to, you know,
Protect and defend like your national sovereignty. And yeah, it really is a betrayal. Maybe I'll play. I'm going to start with this, and then I'll play it in the background.
Vatican City
I just
in
want you
Rome.
to see the
And
images.
the main event, as they see it, will be the beheading of the Pope in St. Peter's Square, broadcast and live streamed to an international audience.
So we're going to cover that as well.
That's what I was talking about earlier. You know, the ISIS has actually come out and said, I think it was like in 2014 or something, they actually openly like said, like, our goal is to take Vatican City and behead the Pope live on, you know, and broadcast it as a way of
well, that's
conquest.
ISIS is the the
Sunni.
other Muslim group. Yeah.
Yeah.
And they
Yeah.
actually do a lot more violence than the other group, like as far as like globally, like terrorist acts.
Globally, it's because there's more of them. So a lot of people, you think of like the Shias in Iran, and they're a minority. The Shia is like a cult within the cult of Islam. And
Yeah.
so they're, like the IRGC and the Islamic regime and all of that. They're Shia in modern day Iran, but then the Sunni is like the majority. It's like they're like 90% of the Muslims, and because of sheer number, they're the more violent in that sense. But they're both like equally violent per capita, you could say, or like per person or per population. But yeah, ISIS is Sunni, and then you get like
Yeah.
Hezbollah and others are Shia, and so they're
Yeah,
all
the
gross.
Shia people seem to do a lot of damage locally in that region, and then the Sunni like go outward globally and cause problems. So like because the 9/11 bombing was
That was
Sunni.
Sunni, yeah.
There have all these terrorist attacks that you see that involve Muslims are typically majority Sunni. So it's almost like they have the local the local faction to cause all kinds of problems there. Then they have the factions that they send out, right?
Yeah,
They've got it like covered all ways.
Right.
But yeah.
Yeah, here, let's continue here.
If their plan for Rome succeeds, ISIS says it will throw homosexuals from the top of the Leaning Tower of Pisa. But the chief target is Vatican City in Rome. And the main event, as they see it, will be the beheading of the Pope in St. Peter's Square, broadcast and live streamed to an international audience.
So we're going to cover that as well. There's so much to cover in today's video, but this is truly one of the most important videos, because what will happen to Italy and the plan they have for Italy is going to be all over Europe, and we are inching closer by the day to an irreversible tipping point. So please watch this video, share it with someone you know.
I mean, yeah, imagine like from the Muslim perspective, taking Rome, taking the Vatican, taking the Pope, that's like the ultimate symbol. That's
Yeah.
you've conquered the West if you do that, basically. And only America
Yeah.
is left. Like, we're the last bastion of freedom and resistance, but now we're having those same problems in New York and Minnesota and Michigan and Texas now, with that super city the super Muslim city that we talked about. So it's
Yeah,
crazy.
so I have my clip that I have down below is actually like kind of just going over that, like, not only are we upset with all the immigration, but like South Africa is now African
Right.
countries are now upset with the immigration, and they're being like treated
Oh,
exactly
wow.
the same. So they're like, we're
So
not being seen.
the African countries are upset with Muslim immigration, or what kind of
I don't know
immigration?
who. I think they probably are, but they're like, they're Africans upset with all the migrants
Right.
coming
Oh,
over.
weird. Yeah, we'll get to that. Mary predicted it. She said we're going to go 4 hours tonight. I'm like, no, we'll be at like 3. So Mary, you were right. So maybe we can. What do you think, Megan? Let's get through. So I'm not going to play a huge section of this, but I want you to see what Turin looks like. We'll look at your video, and if there's time, we'll end on that positive note of there's a video called "The Collapse of Islam is Closer Than You Think" by Inspiring Philosophy that I shared earlier. But yeah, let me finish parts of this
Filled
video.
with locals and generations of families building a life beneath the Alps. But walk through the city today and something feels very different. Not just economically, spiritually. Over the last decade, mass migration into Italy has transformed entire neighborhoods across Turin. In some areas, the Italian language barely feels dominant anymore. Shuttered
Destroyed.
storefronts, growing insecurity, rising tensions, and locals quietly admitting that the city that they grew up in no longer feels like home. And it's not just in Turin. Across Europe, more and more people are beginning to ask the same uncomfortable question.
Europe is in serious trouble.
How much change can a society take before it loses the culture that made it special in the first place? Today, we're walking through the streets of Turin to see the reality for ourselves. Not the polished version tourists are sold, not the carefully managed image shown to you on travel YouTube. To understand what everyday life actually feels like in a city caught between its proud Italian past and an uncertain European future.
Jesus is in the Epstein files, apparently.
Welcome everybody to Torino, a 2,000-year-old European city in the northwest of Italy. Glad to be back somewhat here in this beautiful country, and we're starting our day off at Porta Palazzo.
What strikes me just right away is all that graffiti on those ancient historic buildings. Like that, doesn't that upset you? It's so weird for me to see that.
Yeah, like
I don't know
once
if you
again, why is this allowed? Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can.
Okay, my little 3 dots keeps going away, so then it looks like I'm not talking.
Oh yeah, no, I hear
But
you loud and
anyway,
clear.
so yeah, it's just like, why is this being allowed? Whoever is in charge of the city should, like, I'm sure there's laws against that, and like they should have to keep it clean and stuff. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
Like,
I mean, I think with
just
graffiti, apparently they just keep going back and doing it again and again, and it becomes a cost issue. I think what they were saying, because these aren't like your typical concrete buildings, it's very expensive to clean off of those like ancient historic stone buildings without damaging the stone. So it's this huge process and expense. So they've just kind of given up on it. And it's really crazy. You're going to see more of it as we go through the video. But I think from what they explained, that's a major part of the reason.
Europe's largest open-air market. So let's do a deep dive into Turin and see if it's just another city that's being crushed under the foot of horrific EU policies.
Yeah, absolutely destroyed. This is not the Italy we all know and love.
So the vast majority of the things that are actually for sale here in the market is things like niqabs, things like hijabs, carpet sellers, rug sellers, and you have spices, a lot of fake jewelry and stuff like that as well on offer. So it's no different than if you were to go to a souk, for example, somewhere in Morocco or somewhere in Northern Africa, quite literally, and I mean that wholeheartedly.
Is this what we all voted for? Do we want this? Do we feel good now? We're not racist.
Look at all that. Look at all that graffiti on these
And
buildings.
as usual, in every other city that we show you guys all throughout Europe, the building.
They kind of, they all concentrate in one area and ghettoize that area. It becomes like new ghettos of, this kind of migration into Europe. It's really sad.
The old historical buildings are destroyed, literally destroyed by graffiti, trash, a lot of trash.
Everywhere Islamic migration goes, the same thing happens.
Standing around screaming into nothing, basically. And a lot of times, if they even notice that I'm recording, if they realize that I'm recording, they'll just attack you.
Yeah.
Look at
People
that.
rolling in their
Just
graves that fought in World War.
everywhere.
For the protection of Europe. I know Italy had a whole crazy past as well with fascism and stuff, but what happened, man? How did we get here?
Europe. You can just watch one of these videos and apply the same thing, same playbook, all over Europe at the moment.
I mean, imagine if like this just happens all over Europe, Vatican, the Eiffel Tower, France, just everywhere. It's really sad.
In the north, you can see it, and it's slowly coming in here as well. So I don't know, wait a few months, and it's going to be the same situation here as you have in Palermo.
And I haven't got time to pull up the stats right now, but I guarantee you the crime rates have gone through the roof. The sexual exploitation through the roof, young girls being like harassed, sexually exploited, the percentage of prison inmates through the roof would be Muslims. The same in France. In France, it's about 50 to 80% of all prison inmates across the country are now Muslims because they're the ones committing all the crimes. Look at these marketplaces, right? This looks like you've just stepped into North Africa. What happened to the cultural identity and the aesthetic and the feel and the safety of Italy? I went there on a honeymoon with my wife in 2019, and already in that space of time, this is way worse, way worse.
For Torino are just about, as they say, in the entirety of Italy, they just like to say that about 9 to 10% of the people here are of foreign-born origin. But looking around here, it seems more like 8 out of 10 are. So.
Look at all the hijabs. Like this looks like Iran. It doesn't look like Italy.
Here, because it's kind of weird to be a European here, I guess.
Wow, I'm just going to pause it and just talk about that. On the show, I cover statistics of Europe, and it'll often say,
Anyway, I just wanted to share the visual of that a little bit. I could kind of keep it playing
Yeah.
in the background a little bit, but it's so crazy to me to see this in Europe. And it's just such a It's like, how do we get people to wake up in America and realize? Because even like Christians I know, I'll tell them like, look, we got to take this seriously, and it just feels so far away to them. They don't take it too seriously, and they always go, well, what about the Jews? They always point to the Jews and Israel, and it's
People
always like,
have been
is
taking it seriously. That's why we elected Donald Trump won
yeah,
super
he
majority in
did.
2016 because we want all this taken care of. Then the same thing happened in this last election. The main thing that's like a populist, like all sides want basically, is this migration and immigration thing dealt with. You know what I mean? That's a
Yeah, I
huge,
mean,
huge thing.
yeah, there
So
really is a
you know,
big mandate here in the US, I think, with Trump. I think the Massey election showed, even though they say that was Israel and Israel money and all of this, it really showed that Trump is still king because, and I know that's a trigger word for the left, but he still reigns supreme because every single candidate that he endorsed, every single one, won their primary elections. And
right.
so there is a mandate. I think people are awake in
Also,
America.
like in Houston, Texas, I guess the best way they could deal with it is to elect people that will not arrest them when they start being hostile, and they say, no, you're not going to pray in the street, or we're going to like shoot you and run you over with our cars. You know what I mean? But they have
Where
to
was
have the
that?
backing of the,
Where did you
like in
say? You said
Houston,
in
like
New
if you want them not to okay, you and him were playing clips of Houston earlier. How are
Yeah,
you
yeah,
gonna
right
make
in the
them stop
beginning.
playing the church, the speaker things and praying in the street and taking over
Yeah,
Houston
you
unless the
can't.
population gets aggressive with these Muslim people and say, no, you're not allowed to do that. The problem is if they don't
Right.
have backing of the law enforcement and the legislative branch, then they'll just get in trouble and arrested, or they will if and then the or they'll take them to court and say that they're discriminating against their religion and stuff like that. So if they
Yeah.
do that and the Supreme Court says, no, you have to let them take over your town, the population could still tell the Supreme Court, enforce it.
Yeah,
Hey,
you're
Supreme
absolutely
Court,
right.
get your butts down here and enforce it.
We don't have
So,
the legal
like,
backing. We don't have our politicians backing us other than President Trump. And I do think there's a few others, like Rubio and others that I think are on board. And we do have a good and strong MAGA base still. But you're right. Like from a governmental standpoint, we don't really have the backing, and they have betrayed us. And it's really, it's sad. Like we're not condoning, like we're not saying like be violent or anything like that. We're not like inciting, promoting violence, but when you say we have to be aggressive with Islam, I think that's absolutely true. Like we have to stand up as a people and say, you know what? We don't want to hear the call to prayer 5 times a day in Detroit, in Michigan, or wherever it's happening, or in New York, or it's not it's un-American. I'm sorry, but it is. So how do we do that? It's how do we do that, Megan? It's
well,
such
those
a
places and those like Dearborn, Michigan is gone. You don't have the population there to
yeah.
to counter it. Or whatever.
That's
It's
that you're
gone
right.
in New York City. You don't have the population to counter it. So, but in places like where I live or in Houston, Texas, if they try that, like in Texas, the people there should be standing up and saying, we will not have this here. You need to figure out what you're going to do, people in authority in our town. And if you don't, we're going to take it into our own hands. And then if they sue us because you try to fix this problem, then we're going to tell the Supreme Court to pound sand, and that they can come and enforce it with their military if they want, because the Supreme Court doesn't have any way to enforce any laws, so,
Yeah, and
and
that's
people
that's
are just
that's the
going to have to be
dilemma.
like that.
That's the dilemma, because it's one thing if it was a violent conquest, then we could say, well, we have a right to fight back. but because it's a peaceful conquest, it's through mass migration, through the overnight demographics change of an entire city. Now they have the political vote and constituency, and you've got, mayor, like New York, Mamdani. He's like at the very beginning of this broadcast. He's wearing the Muslim garb, which looks like some kind of dress, to be honest, and he's praying, and you've got the Muslim call to prayer. It's just, what can that's the predicament that we're in, because it's all being done legally, not in the true sense, but as
Yeah, well,
far as laws.
I can tell you one thing, in the area that I live in, nobody would put up with that stuff.
Right, right.
And then
That's
in
why
the
they
area that I
target
live in,
liberal cities.
if the police station even gets a little out of hand, the entire the police has been disbanded here like 3 times since I moved here. They've like done away with the entire
Yeah.
city council like several times. So like if you step out of line in this area even just a little bit as an official, they get rid of you here.
Right.
You
Well,
know?
because you're not in
So
a liberal state.
like
I mean, but that's where it begins. Can you imagine Texas? I think Texas was targeted. Like we said in the beginning, there's a 400 plus acre
yeah.
development for
Yeah.
just Muslims. So it's a targeting of specific cities, and it's how do you get around it? But I think this is the part about the Pope. Let me
who has joined the Islamic
let me
State, and he
open
said,
that up.
once we take Rome, we're going to carry out mass beheadings in St. Peter's Square. And so this is the plan to convert St. Peter's Square into a
This
huge
guy kind of
site
looks
of
like Michael
executions of people
Tracy.
considered to be the
Who's Michael Tracy? Michael Tracy?
He's a journalist.
Oh,
Michael
okay.
Tracy. Let me see if I can
This guy does. Let me rewind it, because
find
this
a
was the part we're
picture.
talking about, and then we'll go to your one of your videos.
Morons.
Rome succeeds. ISIS says it will throw homosexuals from the top of the Leaning Tower of Pisa. But the chief target is Vatican City in Rome. And the main event, as they see it, will be the beheading of the Pope in St. Peter's Square, broadcast and live streamed to an international audience.
There was a Polish convert to Islam recently who has joined the Islamic State, and he said, once we take Rome, we're going to carry out mass beheadings in St. Peter's Square. And so this is the plan to convert St. Peter's Square into a huge site of executions of people considered to be the enemies of Allah, chief among them the Pope, in order to cow and frighten the rest of the world into submitting to their rule.
Are you getting all of this?
For now, has little chance.
Insane. I show so many videos, and it seems like the masses are still not awake to this yet.
William McKent says,
That's the thing, and that's kind of what I was saying, is it's like, okay, the MAGA base understands the threat, and a lot of conservatives do, but the masses really underestimate the danger, that we have been at war with Islam for 1400 years, and most Christians don't know that we're at war. So it's frightening.
view of the conquest of Rome and the return of the Mahdi, and is willing to wait in order to build up its forces. ISIS is already next door to Italy in North Africa. More importantly, Islamic State fighters are almost certainly already inside the country, some posing as refugees, going about their lives, waiting for the day when the battle for Rome begins.
There we go, right in front of our faces. This video was published 10 years ago. Just think how much Europe has changed over the space of 10 years. And just know that all the boats that are flooding into Europe, which all the Europeans with bleeding hearts are saying, oh, please come in, we want to help you, are just letting in the Trojan horse of ISIS. There are sleeper cells all across Europe. ISIS are achieving what they set out to achieve. And instead of doing anything about it, the Pope in Rome is doing what? All right? We're going to read off some headlines now. Okay, now
All right, so that was the main part I wanted to play about that. But it's a shocking narrative, So do you have anything? Did you say you had a funny video? We should probably go to a few and maybe end pretty soon.
Yeah, hold on. I'm trying to get this copy of Michael Tracy. Okay, so let me
Okay.
I hate that it won't like recognize certain things. Okay, here we go. Okay. Do you see? Oh, hold on. I think it's. Okay. Do you see the picture down there? And it says Michael Tracy
Yeah.
at the bottom of the screen.
So
This-
this guy, that's who he
did
looks.
that
So
guy
this
look
is a
like him?
journalist. Yeah, kind of did. Yeah. So he's a left-wing
Yeah,
American
he's a
journalist.
very controversial.
Oh. I don't think it was him
he
because
is left wing, but he's like not a bad type.
okay. Okay. I don't
I
think it
love
was
Michael
him,
Tracy.
right?
He's the guy who does all the Epstein. No, that
Oh,
guy's name
really?
is Robert something, but they
Okay.
looked so much alike.
That's funny.
Yeah.
What else you got for us, Megan?
Ugh.
Is it
Okay,
this
you
one
can
here?
take that. Okay, so yeah, so this is, I don't know if you know them, probably not because they're far right. So this is Africans Rise Up Against Black Illegal Immigration, and this is Based Camp with Simone and what's her name?
This is the funny one? Because this sounds like not funny. Or
Simone and Malcolm. And
Okay.
they are what's called pronatalists. So do you know what pronatalist is?
No.
Do you know what that is, Afshin?
No. Can you
Okay,
hear
so
me?
pronatalist means that they support people. Yeah.
Okay.
Can you hear me?
Yeah. Must have had a delay.
No?
Okay, so we're good. It's okay. So
Okay, so
pronatalist.
pronatalists. Yeah, so pronatalists are like a group of people on the right that are in favor of promoting white people to have more children.
Okay.
Pretty much everybody, but specifically white people.
Okay.
Okay, so and they are more techie, so they would be an intellectual techie side of far right.
Yeah.
And they're
I mean,
pretty cool.
that is far
We are
right.
here to
It's
fight
like
against the foreign nationals that are taking advantage.
I would just before
Yeah,
you
so
play
she'll
it,
have her baby all the time with her on her lap.
right. I would just add for context, like I would be like, yeah, like Christians need to have more babies. Like we need to have more people with Christian ideology. I don't know if I'd be for like specifically promoting a specific race to have more babies, but that's why you prefaced it with they're more far right, probably than I would be. But yeah, just wanted to add that.
Yeah, so typically white people don't want to be a minority in this country, so that's kind of like
Well,
why
in that
you
sense,
see
like,
things like
yeah,
that, right?
I could get
So
that. I mean, because again, this is like what we were talking about with Alex. It's like a reaction to what's happening, and it's understandable in that sense. But I don't know if it's the right reaction. But I do agree that, you know, like I was saying earlier, like Japan should be primarily for Japanese people, or India should be primarily for Indian people. Like I do think, you know, the majority should be like of Europe should be European, and the majority of Iran should be Iranians, and the majority of Japan should be Japanese. And then you have a legal system of controlled migration that allows, you know, measured migration, strict migration, and maybe even a moratorium for right now until we reverse the trends. But yeah, that's a whole thing. But yeah, curious what they have to say.
okay.
Of our economic freedom in our country. We are being labeled as xenophobic, and that is not the point. So what are the protests like?
You're sure this guy was black, so we're not gonna get the channel taken down.
Yes.
Okay, good.
We are sick and tired with the Somalians, with the Pakistanians, with Nigerians, and all illegal immigrants in this country.
These protesters say they're declaring war on illegal immigration and want to take their complaints right to the doorsteps of embassies across Pretoria. The protesters here plan to raise issue with the Somali government about activities of their citizens in the country. The group, who wearing Zulu traditional dress, initially sat down before the embassy gate saying they want to show respect. They demanded answers on a range of issues from crime to illegal immigration. But things got tense when they were unhappy with the answers from the Somali representatives.
So this is Somalia?
The group say they've given undocumented immigrants until the end of June to leave South Africa.
No, I think
Or
this
South
is
Africa.
South Africa.
So give us the
like
context.
the
What are they
country South.
talking about?
Yeah, so they're up. So not only are Western countries upset with the mass migration to their countries, so are other countries because they're just mass migrating everyone. You know what I mean? So
So
these people are
these are
complaining because they can't find jobs. There's 8 million people that are on. These people live in their country and they're upset and going to their government because
interesting.
of the mass migration to
So
their country
I'm
that's
not
messing it up.
following South
Yeah.
Africa's migration. So these are Black South Africans, and they're upset. Who are they upset against? Like, what's the ethnic or religious group that's migrating to South Africa that they're upset about? What group are they upset at?
I don't know. I think it explains it as the video goes,
Okay.
but whatever it is, their country's allowing like mass migration, and it's like
Right.
these guys are saying like there's all these people on welfare, like that's draining our state. They're not working. We can't find jobs because they're here, like so
Yeah.
it's upsetting for everybody.
Right.
There's 8 million young people that are not working in South Africa. It is not xenophobia. It is there's 8 million unemployed people. Would you like to know more?
So like even
Xenophobia.
when
So is it
these
Asians?
Black people say we don't no, xenophobia just means you don't like people of other races.
Oh, I'm not familiar
Like
with all these. This
xenophobia. They're
seems like
probably not pronouncing
leftist
it right.
of just general of
Yeah,
like
because the
foreigners.
left is calling
Right.
them names. Yeah, like the left in their country is calling them xenophobia because they're xenophobic because they're upset with the migrants coming to their
Wow.
country.
Interesting. Yeah, I'm just
Hello,
curious
Malcolm.
who
I'm
they
excited
are.
to be speaking with you today
Hopefully
because
it'll
when I
tell
think
us.
of anti-immigration protests, the image that pops into my head is white people being angry about non-white people entering their neighborhoods, even though that's like not. I know that that's not true, but thank God one of our base camp listeners was like, "Hey, you should talk about the anti-immigration protests in South Africa."
It is Black fatigue on an African scale of Black South Africans being mad about Black immigrants to South Africa.
This has nothing to do with us. Nothing.
That's what it. Maybe it's
video
Somalis.
footage of it that I'm going to play right here.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if they say.
So they said it's their Black South
yeah.
Africans upset about Black migrants coming into their country.
Yeah.
Damn it, Malcolm! What do you? Oh,
Hold on, the caveman fighting footage.
you continue to speed run our.
Are they lesbians, by the way? Is one of
Do you
them a
not
lesbian?
want to be on YouTube?
Or is that a guy?
Amy, I will bring you up to speed.
Why that?
No, this is a married couple with like 9 children.
Is that, wait,
Like,
is one
they're
of them
Christians.
a guy? Like one on the left
Yeah,
is a guy?
so
Okay. I thought it was like a butch like a butch lesbian and another lesbian. I'm sorry, that was just what I
no,
thought.
they're just like nerds.
Okay. Sorry. I'm
Yeah,
just
they're
giving
like-
you my
they're
honest
n-
raw reaction.
They're a nerdy married couple.
Okay. Got it. It's late.
Clip is from
Okay,
the
keep
1980s
going.
representation of Homo erectus fighting Neanderthals and white populations, by the way. So you can't say I'm racist. These are historically white populations. In fact, Africans, they're the only people on Earth that don't have any Neanderthal DNA. So technically, I'm making fun of my own
really?
ancestors here.
That makes right. Because right. Oh my God, right. Of course.
They have Denosian DNA though, but that's neither here nor there.
We did a separate episode on that stuff. Well, probably multiple.
It's one of our spiciest episodes.
Neanderthal
we go over
DNA.
things that I was unaware of. That there are certain populations in Africa today, like I can't pronounce the Khoisan people, that are more distant genetically. If you're looking not time-wise, like their breakoff wasn't earlier, but if you look at I think it's S&P count or something, they are more distant from Europeans than Europeans are from Neanderthals. And a lot of people.
Well, that's how it is in Africa in general, right? Like there are different genetic strains or like what is it like? Sort of.
Wait, is he saying
heritage
Black
backgrounds
people are
more
closer
way
to
They are
positive?
justified to be mad about immigration, right?
Yeah, actually, yeah, no, yeah, they're
Is he saying Black
What?
people are closer to Neanderthals than Europeans? What was he saying? That
No,
sounds
he's
crazy.
saying that they're not.
That they're not.
He's saying that they're not. they are
What is
like the
that?
least
Yeah.
farthest or the least
Okay.
close. Okay, so you just like they're okay. So right now they're joking because he played a
Okay.
clip of Neanderthals fighting to like joke about like the Africans fighting. And then she was like, why would you do that? You're going to get us kicked off YouTube. And then he was like, hey, man, technically that clip is Neanderthals in a cave. So I'm actually making fun of myself. And then she's like, oh, yeah, you're right. And he's like, Africans don't even have Neanderthal genes. And she's like, oh, yeah.
Oh, weird. Okay. Okay. I'm just getting the context because this is like a pretty out there
This is
clip. Because
this is
they're
stuff that I listen to, Ashwin.
yeah. Yeah. I wouldn't expect
Like,
any less.
this is like
They're more different.
Yep.
They're more different than like
Than Europeans are from each other. So
yeah. Or like people from Latin America versus like Irish people. Yeah, like no, way more different. But anyway, South Africa has seen a wave of anti-immigration. Some people are describing it as anti-illegal immigration or xenophobic, if you're asking Human Rights Watch, protests and
I
related
love that
violence.
Human Rights Watch didn't care when they were killing white farmers, but the moment they start protesting black immigrants from even poorer countries, they freak out.
No, but actually, we're gonna.
But actually, I want to take time to point out here that this isn't a racialist thing. The groups that hate us just because we are disproportionately productive and technologically productive when contrasted with other groups, and that's why they hate the South African blacks. That's why they want to see them replaced within their own country, and they're fighting back, which we can learn something from.
Yeah, these started breaking out in April. They're continuing this month. They're concentrated in major cities like Pretoria and Johannesburg, Durban, and they're starting to spread to others. Like this is kind of the momentum is building, and so it's worth it for us to talk about this. So according to the BBC, at least, the main driver is this citizen-led group called March and March, which is an interesting choice of word. March and March advocates for stricter immigration enforcement. They want border control. They want mass deportations of undocumented migrants. And they want prioritizing South Africans for jobs, housing, and services. Doesn't that sound so familiar? Doesn't that sound a little MAGA?
Yeah, it does sound a little MAGA.
It's like, oh my God.
Are we going to call this Black MAGA?
Black
might be beyond me, Megan. I don't understand half of what they're talking about. Because it's probably too of a deep dive into the far right.
the clip.
But
It's not. I mean, like,
plus the
there's
guy
nothing
looks
wrong
like
with
a
this. They're
lesbian.
just saying that, like, people in Africa. They're just saying that people in Africa are standing up for themselves against the mass
Right.
migration to their country, and like, good for
Okay.
them. So
Okay.
that's
I have to
basically
look
it.
into the South Africa thing. That's wild. Yeah. I mean, it makes the point that, you know, it's any forced migration, like mass migration is gonna cause, you know, people to object to it from the native population. Like that I get and I definitely agree with. Yeah, that's the kind of stuff you listen to all day, Megan. That's some wild
Well, they're
wild
one of the people I listen to. They're like
Yeah.
extremely smart. Like she planned all kinds of like they have very high degrees and they are involved in like pretty cool stuff having to do with like AI and things like that. So, but
Right.
they're like what's called a pro-natalist group. So
Okay.
they promote people to have children is like their main thing, and then they also like make AI that people can get a hold of that's not all woke and like that will, you know, work
That's
better and
good.
stuff like that.
Yeah.
So
Okay.
they're like
Very
they're
interesting.
like techie into, but they're not like bad people. Like I don't know why everybody thinks far right is like bad people. Like
I
it's really
mean,
kind of annoying
yeah.
to me. Like that
It does rub me the wrong way
people think
because
that.
it's just bad optics and to me it's a little bit too far ideology on that side. Yeah, I'm definitely not like far right, but I am, you know, Christian Bible conservative MAGA. Like that's kind of where I like my comfortable zone is, you know. But let's
Yeah, so those
yeah,
people
go
are
ahead.
MAGA too. Like those people
I
are
just
those
couldn't
people are
get past
MAGA
like the
too.
butch looking lesbian guy, but I don't know. Just I'm just joking, Megan, but that's just my way of dealing with what I'm saying. Can we go to let's end on our positive note here. So you have other people that react that way to
Okay.
that, huh? Okay, let me go to our last final because
No,
we have been.
everybody acts that way. Like
Yeah,
it's kind of like
I don't know.
they
It's
just
just
I don't
it
know.
strikes. Yeah. Okay.
Like
That's not just me. That's good.
this guy here would be considered far right in most circles. So like
I
that's what I'm
bet he
saying,
would
like the
reject
far
that
right
label, though.
encompasses like tons and tons and tons and tons of
Yeah, I bet he
well,
would reject that
yeah.
label, but
Like because
I
it's
reject. I'm not like
because
I
it's used
because
negatively.
most people see the far. Well, it's like yeah, because it's like far right of like, like white gets into like white supremacy, and then they're talking about white people having more babies, which like I get like in terms of like if you're in Europe and now it's suddenly like 80%, like 20% is white and they become the minority. Like I get that. Like I get the reasoning behind it, but it treads onto like risque and like could be evil territory, if taken too far. So that's why I think a lot of people react that way to that. But I know where you're coming from, But let's go. Can we go to this guy here? Again, this one is Michael Jones from. That's Michael Jones, right? From Inspiring. Well, I'm just finding some of these guys. So yeah, from Inspiring Philosophy. But let's end on this because his title on this video is "The Collapse of Islam is Closer Than You Think." And so we always like to end on a more positive note. And let's hope that, all the warnings that we're giving people and giving to America is going to be heeded. And because it really is, we really are having a Muslim problem. It's not an ethnicity problem. It's not a cultural problem. It's not, diversity. I know people hate that word, but I hate that word. But the problem is Islam. It's incompatible. The ideology of Sharia and conquest is incompatible with the West. So let's hope it collapses, and let's end on I don't know. We'll play as long as we kind of. We'll see. We'll kind of maybe like 5-10 minutes of this, and let me know if you want me to stop or comment at any point.
But I mean, like, it's evil no matter what. I mean, Islam is just not a religion compatible with the West. They are coming here to conquer, to spread their world, and if they take over, you would see things like child marriage. You'd see things like polygamy. I even will go so far as to say you'd see some form of slavery come back. They won't call it slavery, but it would be.
But it's funny. If secularism takes over, I think you'll see the same thing.
That's because secularism doesn't have the birth rates to like it. When people become secular, they have almost no children, so they don't pass on their culture to anybody. This is the biggest problem with secularism. It does that. The good news is that
no, but I mean what you would see, like if hedonistic secularism takes over, which it seems to be doing a good job of, I think you'd see pedophilia mainstreamed.
Oh yeah, for sure you would
see
for sure.
Yeah, all
You
sorts
would
of
see
perversions.
You would, but like I think the point that Michael was trying to get to there is that ultimately secularism, and I don't want to put words in his mouth, but secularism leads to it's a dead end. Like any culture, any society without God isn't going to reproduce itself. It's going to be, you're going to abort your babies. You're going to, be more permissive with other cultures coming in to take over. Not even other cultures isn't the problem, but other religions. Islam in particular is really, when we talk about the migrant problem, it's really, they're all Islamists. It's not like we have problems with, migrants from certain countries. It's just Islam is the real issue
Well,
here.
there is a problem if if a bunch of migrants are coming over here and now our housing prices are so
That
through the
too.
roof that people can't buy houses, our kids can't get jobs, we can't work in like actual good jobs because they're being given to people from India who are not Muslim, then yes, there is more of a problem than just Muslims. Being flooded with immigrants that are taking over
Yeah,
job
no,
sectors,
I agree.
causing rents to go. I mean, there's a reason why rent is so high. There's a reason why housing is so high, and one of it is because of the migrants that they flooded over.
Yeah.
Um,
It
during
just
when was
happens.
that? Was it like during COVID? When was it that there was like, was that in like 2020?
I think it kind
What
of
year?
started getting pretty bad around that time during the Biden
Yeah, like they
administration. It
were,
was
and they had them
Biden.
in, yeah, they had them in like hotels, and they were
Yeah.
like filling them
No,
up in like Memorial Hall and stuff like that. I don't think all those people were Muslims. I think a lot of them were
I mean,
not.
they were coming from Muslim nations, like even Somalia. Like, you know, they are Muslim. Ultimately, that's why they're hellholes, you know, because they are ultimately Muslim, not Western European or Western
Yeah.
Christian, you know,
Well, I think
because
there weren't there a lot of like people from South America too, like and
well,
also
yeah,
Haiti. Like there
yeah,
was
you get,
Haiti,
yeah,
South places in South, where was it? Venezuela? Was it Venezuela where a bunch of people came in? There were
yeah.
like a couple of
You get the
places.
illegal immigration from the southern border too, of course. Yeah, I mean it's a multi-tiered problem, but it's just to me the most dangerous one is Islam, because it's goal of conquest. But yeah, you also don't want like drug lords and like MS-13, and you know, you don't want
Well,
a
and just
takeover in that
an
way.
overflux too, like an overflux causes strain on the local resources, the
Yeah,
local hospitals, your schools go down in quality for your children. You know what I'm saying? So
I
there's like a
totally agree.
multitude of issues.
Amen.
Um,
Yeah, I don't disagree with that at all. It really is. Let's go back
I
here.
think you'd see some secularists push back because Christianity, the way is so imbued in the way people think
Yeah.
that even there's many secularists that are like, no, none of that. But just to be a little optimistic.
Okay. Let's give it a shot. Go on.
Think about that though, that even the secularists can't get away from their Christian
Yeah.
ethics and the way they think. This is what I just think Christianity is going to keep growing. Yeah, we have setbacks. We go through like these cycles where we have a little setback, but then we grow. We have revivals. We have these great awakenings. I think we're just going through one of those cycles again. I think God knows what he's doing. So, you know,
Yeah.
I'm a little optimistic.
Good. That's nice. I need a bit of that.
I'm optimistic as long as we do our work.
Yeah.
You know, I remember go to Acts, Paul on the ship. The angel shows up and says, everyone's going to live. Did Paul sit back and go, great? No, he went up and told the ship captain when people were trying to get over the side, he's like, unless those people stay in the boat, you know, you will not live. So he knows he's gonna get through it all, but he still goes out and acts and does his part to get through it all.
Yeah.
I like that, you know, even someone like Michael Jones, who's like his entire like work is centered around is disputing Islam and fighting for this cause, you know, but even he has this optimistic hope that these things
Yeah.
happen, and you know what I mean? Like they happen in cycles. People are going to push back. It's not linear. It's not like it's just going to be a straight shot up and in 30 years now Islam has taken over the world. Although it can happen if the warning is not heeded. But there is pushback. So that's my hope, is that
Yeah,
we are going to fight
that
it.
is true. Like I feel like that kind of a way too. I just think that there's gonna have to be, like, we have to get like the right leaders in over the next like 10
Yes.
years,
It's
10 or
so
15 years,
important.
like locally and, you know, all the way up. We've got to get, because this old school mentality, they are the same people who voted in the Hart-Celler Act, who voted in the Refugee Act, the Republicans and the Democrats, and they're the same ones that have been in there for decades. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
They're not on our side when it comes to this type of stuff. You
Yeah,
know?
I believe MAGA is, because like he actually did close the border. He has stopped,
Yeah,
you
yeah, we
know,
got to get more
immigration.
MAGA people in.
We got to
Because
get MAGA. MAGA is the only way. It's like the only hope, you know, for this country, I believe. I mean, I'm like full on. I'm not apologetic about it. I'm not like, you know, some people are like, well, I don't like the way he behaves, but you know, I'm like, no, you know what? I'm full on board with President Trump and MAGA, because like our brother Alex said earlier, I didn't elect a pastor to lead the country. You know, I elected a president, and it's just he's dealing with the reality of the harsh realities that he has to face. I don't agree with, like, I'm not saying like he's perfect or he's done everything right, or I'm not like a sycophant in that sense, but I really am MAGA. Like, I believe, I believe it's the
Well,
only hope.
did you hear about the Supreme Court ruling? Because I'm really excited to see what'll happen after this, because the Supreme Court passed that the lower courts can't stop Donald Trump now. Because you know what, he's been trying to do
Oh,
stuff, and then the lower courts will step in and say, oh, now you have to send back all the tariffs and you're not allowed to do that, et cetera, et cetera. So
oh,
the
good.
Supreme Court ruled this just happened like the other day, that they can't do that anymore. The lower courts
Yeah,
can't
those
interfere with the president
those
again.
federal
So
judges, they were a joke. I mean, they were just like a laughing stock. What they were trying to stop his agenda, bombing the drug cartel boats and things like that, or ICE and everything. Like, it's a presidential prerogative to do those things. So I'm glad to
yeah,
hear
we
that.
gotta get rid of these judges. Like, another thing is just like, if you took away if you didn't give the migrants coming over, all this money, right? All
Yeah.
these welfare benefits, a lot of them would go back. If you enforce the
Why the
laws.
hell are we doing that? I don't understand. Like, why are we?
I know, it's
It doesn't make
crazy.
sense. Like I was saying in the very beginning of the stream, I had to prove, like, my family had to prove that we could be self-sufficient
Yeah, you
in
had to have
order
health
to be.
insurance, you had to
Yeah.
have income or a sponsor. Like, it's really hard. Actually, I looked into how to, be able to come here, and it was very hard sounding and confusing.
And it
And I'm
should
like,
be.
how are all these people here? Yeah, so now they come over, they give them cell phones, they give them all this money. Not only do they give them food, but they give them cash assistance. And so if we did away with
Housing.
that,
Yeah, I mean,
yeah.
they give them a housing allowance. It's like we're talking about the UK. They come through over the boats. Here it's a border problem. In the UK, they're crossing the boats through illegally. And then once they've crossed over into British territory, now they can claim, refugee or asylum and get refugee status. And then once you have asylum, refugee status, the UK government now is obligated by their own, laws to feed them, to house them, to make sure they're going to be cared for and provided at the expense of, the British, UK
Yeah,
citizens. So it's
it's just way
crazy.
too much. The Somalians though here are being brought over under the Refugee Act. So
Yeah.
they're actually being brought over by our government in planes.
Yeah, we're not obligated to take refugees. Like, it shouldn't be an automatic thing. I think, there should actually be a moratorium on immigration, and
Yeah.
then you reopen it back to the way it was in like the 1980s. Or like the 1970s, where like you have to prove self-sufficiency and make it very hard. Like, people had to wait like
Yeah,
8 years just to
we
come.
should do away with the Hart-Celler Act and just scrap that and make something better.
What
Because
is that? I'm not familiar with
it's
that.
like before the Hart-Celler Act, we had quotas, so they could only bring in like a very like select amount of people from certain countries,
Right.
and many of like Somalia would not be one of those countries on the
I
list.
I don't think
And
anyone from Somalia should come here because they're not adding value to our
right.
society.
So we just had
Right?
like a really strict like thing. Now it doesn't have to be as strict as that, but we could review it. We could look at it and we could say, all right, what countries do we like? Like I mentioned before, there are countries that do assimilate very well, like Laos.
Yeah.
Anyway, we could redefine it. We could say, this is what we want. This is the amount we're willing to allow per however many years. You know what I mean? Like, we could
Exactly.
fix it. We
I
could
totally
fix it a
agree.
little bit.
It needs to be
Some
strict immigration, and we're not obligated to take everyone just because. So yeah,
Yeah,
I'm
and
fully on
I
board
don't
with
like
that.
all the India people coming over here either.
take the
So
Indians taking like the tech jobs. Like the way I see it is like, okay, like there are like the H1, is it the H1B1 visas or something for like work? I think if you can show that you're providing value, there is going to
but
be some
the
capital exchange.
the businesses, it's benefiting the businesses are lobbying for this because it's less, like, they get to pay the Indian
Yeah.
people less than if
And they
they
can
hired Americans.
contract them for long term where they're obligated to stay with that corporation. That's something I think like could be debated and like see where the merits in that are, because we do need to be competitive in our businesses to overtake, you know, countries like China, because China's not going to abide by anything. They're going to use slave labor and get the competitive edge, if you know. So like there's things like, I think there's a balance in that, but I think ultimately you need to
Well,
show
apparently it's really affecting like young white men who are not able
yeah.
to get tech jobs because so they went to college and stuff and now they're not able to get the STEM and the all these jobs that they pushed them into. There was this big STEM push, so like colleges
Yeah.
pushed them into like STEM and technology, and then now they can't get the jobs because all the jobs are being given to Indian people. And then once the Indian people come over and they take over a company or they make a company or whatever, they will only hire other Indians. That's like a
Right.
practice that
Oh,
Indians
wow.
just do culturally. So then that's causing problems and then will cause problems in the future. So
Well, I totally agree
um
with you that it needs to be like strictly measured. Like even with those H1B1 visas, if I'm saying it right, even those work visas for these corporations to bring over like, you know, the talent from other countries, it shouldn't be like, okay, unlimited numbers that you can bring. It should be a certain percentage. So you have a measured, it should be
yeah.
measured. So you don't, you know, so all of these things, what gets me, Megan, is that there's so many reasonable solutions for like every issue that we're
Yeah.
talking about,
There
but
is.
none of the politicians are looking for a reasonable solution. And there's so much we could be doing domestically for our own people here, for citizens, America first, right? There's so much that we could be doing that we're not. You know, to tackling like the cost of living crisis, especially for the young, and the jobs that you're talking about. I mean, they're just building, investing into our infrastructure, and you know, there's so much. I mean, there's just a whole list that we could
Yeah,
go
and
through
if
that
they
we're just not
want
doing.
one of the reasons why they don't want to deport a bunch of people like on both sides is because if you took like say we got rid of 10 million people, do you know how much of a hit to the economy that would take if you just erase 10 million people? So then it's going
Right.
to look bad on these politicians, which they don't want, right? And
Yeah.
so and then
Oh
they make
man.
money through like the commerce, the what is it called? The commerce, the business lobby and everything, and the Chamber of Commerce. They
Chamber
make
of
money that
Commerce. Right.
yeah, they make money through them and they're lobbied through them and stuff like that. And so it's just this big complicated thing. But if you were going to um another way you could fix it rather than just deleting is you could do like big scale, like you were just talking about the infrastructure. You could put like a bunch of money into infrastructure, which would then create tons and tons of jobs because you'd have all kinds of crazy stuff going on all over the place, like big jobs going on all over the place, which would then give, to the pool
Yeah.
more jobs for people, right?
It's a big
And
problem. Like even like I talked to like family members that are a little bit left leaning on the socialist side, and they actually on some things like, you know, they kind of opened my eyes to. And don't worry, I'm not a communist. I'm not a commie. But things like when it comes to like housing, you get these huge corporations purchase up like blocks of apartment buildings and housing and like mass amounts where like every major apartment complex is owned by like a couple of these major corporations who then you know, raise the prices because it's not, they're not, you know, they can just do what they want. They can raise the prices on everyone. And so you go to like Washington State in like a little place like Richland or like the Tri-Cities, which is like a little town. There's like, it's like a dead area. There's like nothing there practically, except some industrial, you know, and engineers and different things. But the rent for like a 1-bedroom small studio apartment is like $1,700 a month.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So there's like issues like that that we could be tackling domestically and having
Yeah,
these common.
that's gotta be dealt with because they started doing that really, really hardcore in 2020 when COVID happened, and then all
Right.
that money was being siphoned out. Like so much money got siphoned out of us up to the higher ups during that time. It's so crazy. But they were
Yeah.
buying up buildings everywhere, and they did that with the BLM too. Like, I honestly think they were using BLM to go mess up all these neighborhoods so that they could come in and buy them up on pennies on the dollar, you know?
Yeah.
Um,
They did. I mean, there's so
so
much corruption, but like, how does like a young couple starting out, or even just a single person trying to like build their career, how do they survive, you know, paying 1,700 rent in a city like that on top of insurance, everything else, and just the expense of life? And these are just common, like we can have common sense laws to address these domestic issues, which aren't even being looked at, even in some instances, from the right and from conservatives. Like this is where dialogue between left and right is good because we can say, okay, you have a good point there. Like there's a reason why they become socialists, but their solution, like they recognize the problems that we have, but their solution is communism or socialism. Their solution is the wrong thing. And so instead of coming up with a socialist solution to these real problems, we could come up with like common sense laws of not allowing corporations to, you know, like for example, to give you an example, they come up with rent control is like a big talking point of the left. But that's not the answer. You don't want to tell like individuals who just own like a small apartment building or a couple homes that you can't raise the rent on your tenants because that's socialism, communism. But instead, what we could do is say, you know what, corporations can't purchase every single apartment building in the community and double the rent. I don't know. I don't know the exact solution, but
yeah,
you know what I'm getting
one of
at?
the solutions could be that you could say, and like, some things aren't like some things do sound like communism, whatever, and it really isn't. So, like, sometimes these things are pretty complicated. But one of the
They
things
are.
you could do is give incentives to the landlords to not do that. So they get tax breaks for
Yeah.
keeping the rent lower. You know what I mean? Work
That is
on
one of the
getting
proposed solutions. Yeah,
yeah,
that's a
work
good
on
one.
getting the mortgage insurance and the homeowner's insurance lower. So then that's less of a money that comes out of the landlord's pocket. Work on things like that. You know what I mean? So
Yeah,
yeah,
there's
I
so
mean,
many
that's
common sense, and this is my fear is that we do need to stay. We need MAGA and the right to stay in power, but if we don't address some of these domestic issues and get young people, you know, being able to afford a living and the cost of living crisis that we're
well,
seeing.
that's what I'm trying to say, that nobody is listening to the younger people, whether they're young white men that are becoming very angry or young, more left-leaning people. And then when you mention like populism nowadays, everyone loses their mind and they're like, that was never a conservative thing. And I'm like, that's how Donald Trump won in
Yeah.
2016. And how are we supposed to accomplish anything if we're so divided in House and Congress? Okay, so you're saying like that means we can never work together on anything. So we can't say, hey, we have a rent control problem or renting affordability problem that affects both right and left, but we're not allowed to. You know what
Yeah, I
I'm
mean, I
saying?
can see how the left is fed up because between like the cost of living, the health insurance scam, you know, it's like there's so many things that I can't afford. Like, I don't have health insurance because I'm self-employed. Like I can't. I could probably afford it, but I feel like it's not a good investment. You know, for me because it's like thousands of dollars a month. Uh, just for me to have like real insurance, not to mention my whole family. So and then the deductibles, would be so high. So there's so many things like from,
Yeah, I
health
can't afford
care and
health insurance either. Like I
yeah,
have teeth issues that I can't, what am I supposed to do? You
yeah,
know what I mean? Like this is serious problems that we should be able to talk about on like these shouldn't be uh partisan. You
yeah.
know what I mean?
I mean, if the left and the right could get together and come to some resolution on those kind of things, and just like, like if the left could just stop with the trans stuff and like the Muslim stuff and like, illegal immigration and all the crazy stuff that they do, and just come and say, look, let's just deal with like the housing, cost of living and housing rent and everything else. And actually having like, there's nothing. It's okay to have like limited social programs to like, out of the abundance of our wealth to like help the less fortunate among us on some level. I mean, there's no such a thing as a true capitalist free market system. We're all a blend of socialism and capitalism. We're more capitalist, but like Social Security, which I don't love, but that's a socialist program, and there's other socialist programs.
Yeah, we could have better health care if it was put on the market, like allowed
Yes.
it to be competitive and stuff like that. Then
Yeah.
because there are all these regulations that won't let doctors create their own hospitals or their own things. You know what I mean? That would be cheaper and better if we had more of them and they were competing. You know what I mean?
Yeah, the way I mean, they
Uh,
kind of were it before, and it was a corrupt system. Like everyone hated the insurance companies, but at least like back then, before Obamacare, like before it became government care, I had insurance. My whole family had insurance, and I complained about it. But you know what? In hindsight, it was like $500 a month, and it covered our whole family, and we had a $2,000 deductible. And it was like like if I could get that today, I would like instantly like sign me up. But now the moment that Obamacare came out, that's when I lost my insurance. Because for me, as someone who actually is a productive member of society, who owns a business and does okay for himself, um, not to the point where I want to waste my money on insurance or could afford insurance at that point. But for someone like me, it became so prohibitive to have health insurance that I haven't had health insurance for over 20 years or something. When was
yeah,
Obamacare? Been a long
there's
time.
like it keeps sending me information about like this government healthcare and I'm like I tried to look into it and I'm like what is this? And then I realized that it's like a monthly payment that cuz like it was saying like, 9 or some high number and I thought, "Oh, maybe that's talking about like for the year or something." No,
Yeah.
that was the monthly payment and then like the
Yeah.
deductible was like thousands and thousands of dollars just to be able to use it and
And
I'm
then they
like
don't cover everything either. So it's horrible. It's horrible. So well, we've been at over 4 hours. Um so
okay.
I'm firing on two brain cells cylinders right now. Not really, but um but let's go back a little bit to Michael Jones, and just get some closing thoughts and thoughts from you, and just encourage people to preach the gospel, to hold fast to the faith, and to wake up and be aware, and heed the warning of Europe and the Islamification of the world.
Just got to do that. So I'm optimistic, but we still got to get our hands dirty. Get to work.
All right, talk to me about the state of atheistic apologetics and the apparent Christian revival that we may be seeing or may wish to be seeing. I can't tell.
Yeah. I mean, I think a lot of atheists have sort of given up on that. They realize that they can't build a culture that can compete
It's not
with
on the screen.
Christianity.
Oh, it's not. You can hear it though.
Yeah.
Okay, here we go.
I
Sorry.
had a guy on my YouTube channel about a year. I can't remember his name. He's Jewish, atheist, and gay.
Okay.
And he works for the Brookings Institute. I'm trying to remember his name. He wrote a book. He wrote a really good book where he just said, look, listen, we need a Christian culture.
Yeah,
we
even Dawkins came out and said something like that, didn't he? He's culturally Christian.
yeah, we need more Christians.
Right
to
as
be,
he gutted it out and then turned around and went, no, but I actually like the culture. I don't like what's happening now.
Mhm.
Like, well, thanks, dude, because you're kind of responsible for what happened.
yeah, the name of his book was Cross
Exactly.
Purposes.
Yeah, it's so true that the atheists caused these problems like Richard Dawkins. That's what I was saying, like secularism is atheism ultimately, and it leaves a huge vacuum for Islam to fill. But now
Yeah,
apparently,
the
the
international liberal world order that's one of the main things that they wanted to push was the secularism in nations. So
yeah, and it's an illusion because okay, like I want a secular democracy in the sense that America is one, but culturally we are a Christian nation. And if you lose that Christianity and push pure godless secularism, you don't reproduce as a people,
yeah.
and what's left? Well, Islam is reproducing itself in a major way and taking over. So secularism, atheism doesn't lead to a secular society in the end. It leads to a Muslim takeover of the world.
Okay.
I can't remember his name. I apologize, but he was super nice, super great guy. But he's basically saying, I've thrown the towel in on a secular culture. We can't build it. We need Christians to be actual Christians and build a good culture because they gave us the West, they gave us the United States, and I don't want to see this go away. So this is a gay Jewish atheist saying the stuff that should make you. So I think that's happened to a lot of the atheists. They sort of realize, all right, we were kind of bringing in too many Muslims. We don't want Sharia law. It was kind of good with what Christianity gave us. We want this. So they've kind of backed down. And a lot of young people are seeing that and they're going to church. When I was in Nashville last, Apostate Prophet took me to a church with him, the Greek Orthodox Church. Great time. I love going to those churches. I can neither confirm nor deny if I go to them regularly, if you know what I mean. But I was just so happy to see so many young men there. I mean, their entire pews was just young men there.
Just a disclaimer, we just believe in Jesus.
And the young women show up first.
And not
maybe
like
it's
a specific.
Maybe God's repeating a cycle. Adam was formed first, then Eve. So hopefully the women come in soon. Because I think a lot of these young people are like, they've grown up with secular parents. They've grown up in a secular culture. And they're like, what is all this for? Atheism offers us nothing. This can't all be all it says. I just can't live as this guy that works at McDonald's or this guy that works at Chick-fil-A or something. There's got to be more, and Christianity actually does that. It gives you a reason to live and a reason to build a better world. I mean, like some historians of science will talk about how Christianity really gave us a culture of progress. The ancients, they looked at time backwards. So like we say, the future is before us. The ancients said the opposite. They said the past is before us. They would say that kind of stuff because to them, you can actually see the past. You can't see the future.
Right.
But when Christianity comes on the scene, it gives us a culture of progress. Jesus is going to come back. We're marching towards that. Let's build a better world until he gets here kind of thing.
Okay.
And so
it's really a difference between Western Christian ideology and Islam in that sense, pertaining to the Islamification of the world, right? And that's kind of the argument that he's making. So
really the way it's hard to think about, but take a look at a book by like Sacha Stern called Time and Process in Ancient Judaism. I did a video on it a while back, but yeah, the way they thought about time was so different than the way we think about time. We're all excited about the future. We're marching forward. The ancients were like, we're moving further away from the ideal past and our great kings. It's just going to get worse. So, I mean, like the way we think even about time comes from our Christian background.
What do you think of the resurrection of Jesus Christ being an argument for the existence of God and Christianity?
Yeah.
I think it's strong enough.
We'll
or do you
end
think
on
Christians
this.
just wish it was that strong?
It's absolutely strong. It's very, here's the way I sort of present it.
Please, yeah.
So the way historians wrestle about this is a huge conundrum of history. Jesus was crucified in 33 AD. A couple months later, his followers are proclaiming he rose from the dead. This proves he's the Messiah. It proves he's the Son of God. How do you get there? This is what secular, non-Christian historians wrestle with. How do you go from a guy being crucified to his followers proclaiming he's a Messiah, and
Yeah.
even skeptics converting, like Paul and James. They scratch their heads and like, okay, they come up with these really convoluted theories to explain all the data. And when you go through all the data, the best explanation of all the available data is that Jesus rose from the dead. So think about it. So the disciples were proclaiming he rose from the dead. Our earliest reports, like the Creed of 1 Corinthians 15, say Jesus appeared to multiple people, including groups. He appeared to Paul, who was a skeptic. He appeared to James, who was a skeptic, not a believer during Jesus's life. So you have Jesus appearing to groups, okay, like the disciples. Okay, well, group hallucinations don't happen. Even Paula Fredrickson will be like, they must have seen something, but I'm not going to say what it was, but they saw something that convinced them Jesus rose. This is a non-Christian saying this. So,
she's a
and
Jew, isn't she? Paula, you
yeah,
said?
she's a Jewish convert. Yeah.
But to Christianity?
No, to Judaism.
Okay.
Yeah. But then even like, and like atheists like Gerd Ludemann will say this creed was formulated within 2 years of the crucifixion. So very early on, they believe Jesus physically rose. Then you have to deal with the fact that the tomb was discovered by women. Okay. 3 days later. Okay. In the ancient world, they would never make up a story like that because no one believed the testimony of women. They were very sexist, unlike today, in comparison. I mean, people think we're sexist. Go back to the ancient world. It's 1,000 times, But
that's a great argument that he makes, right? It's like if they were fabricating this story, why would they have Mary Magdalene and the other Mary, and why would the women be the first witnesses of the resurrection?
Yeah, there's a lot of people who've made that point, like Wes Huff and like other apologetics, because just from the culture of that time period, it just wouldn't have been a thing.
Yeah, there's so
You know?
many things, including the group hallucination and everything else, and the disciples giving their lives for the resurrection of Jesus Christ, for the Lord, for the Lord. So I wanted to end on, this on the resurrection, basically, as a sort of our positive ending note. So I'll just play the last few minutes of this section and get your final thoughts, Megan. I appreciate you coming
So
on.
you have this story in all 4 Gospels that women discovered this empty tomb 3 days later.
Yeah.
You would never make up a story like that.
You'd have Peter and Paul, maybe, or Peter rather, not Paul yet. But
Yeah, well, that's what we see in later apocryphal Gospels, like the Gospel of Peter. It's like everyone's there to see it.
Yeah.
So you have that kind of stuff. Then you have skeptics converting. Like, if you like, well, they hallucinated Jesus because they were grieving him. Well, Paul wasn't. What was going on with him?
Yeah.
So here's the thing. When you bring all this data up to skeptics, they get very magical in how they come up with, well, maybe this happened to Paul, or maybe this happened to the disciples, or maybe they invented the story of the women discovering the empty tomb this way or that way or something. You make a theory that is so ad hoc, it is itself a miracle. You're positing group hallucinations, hallucinations that convince skeptics. And by the way, when people have hallucinations, like if a dead one who died, they don't think, oh, he rose from the dead. They think his spirit came in the room and I felt his presence and he's in heaven, that kind of thing. You don't think he physically got out of the grave.
That's
so
a
they'd
good
have
point.
experiences so vivid, so real. They were convinced a body rose from the grave. Okay. That doesn't happen from hallucinations. So that also happened to skeptics. That happened to groups.
Yeah.
Then you have other aspects like no Jew at the time was expecting a Messiah to rise from the dead. That just the resurrection was supposed to happen at the end of time. The Messiah was supposed to be a conquering warlord, basically. So now you have a belief.
That's
the Christian
because they
belief,
just weren't paying attention to their scriptures very well.
Very true, because the
Because it-
resurrection is there. At least the
Yeah, it does-
crucifixion is for sure there. We see that.
It does explain it, but they were a little confused. But hindsight is 2020, so
It
maybe.
is. And we
But
have the
there's-
guidance of the Spirit now and the Word written for us.
Yeah.
So,
It's just like it blows my mind that Jews can't see all the Jesus in the Old Testament.
Yeah.
It's crazy to me.
Yeah. It really is.
But-
It's a blinding, like the scripture says, it's a temporary blinding, but well, I think that covers it, Megan. I wanted to end with the resurrection to give us that hope, and that also, the hope that this trend could be reversed, if we're proactive, like we can't just sit on our hands and feet and just be like, it'll work out. I think Islam is a threat that we need to take seriously. I think a lot of people don't take it very seriously because it's such a retarded, silly religion. You know, I don't know how else to say it. Because it's really, when you look at, like, like we talked about through the stream, the origins of Islam, Muhammad being a conqueror who who would go on like raiding parties and like raid his enemies like caravans during, their trips from Medina to Mecca, or the fact that he married a 6-year-old girl. Like, to me,
Yeah.
it's like, it's so silly. So I think there's this tendency of Americans and Westerners to not take it seriously and be like, you know what? We don't have to worry about this like backwards, desert religion or whatever from the 7th century, and they underestimate the devil
Well,
working
I
through.
think they should I think maybe we should promote uh learning history, because
Mhm.
so much of history from that time period onward would show you that there is it would teach you about that danger. Like, it would, this is a thing throughout history that so, but people don't,
Yeah.
they don't even teach history in school anymore. Like,
Yeah.
colors in Florida, because she's going to school. When I enrolled her in high school, they didn't even have a history class, like,
Wow.
at all. Like, they were showing me
Wow.
all the classes she can take and everything, and it was like a lot of STEM, a lot of math. There wasn't a single history class. You take like 2 or 3 the entire time you're
Yeah,
in high
and
school.
it's just the basics, or it's like there's an agenda, like sometimes a socialist agenda or leftist agenda in reteaching that history. I mean, yeah, history is so important. I've had to, I went to public school growing up, so like they didn't teach us like anything. I had to like self-educate practically, So like now in like my older, like latter years, I'm actually very interested in history, and I'm looking into the history of, like we were talking about, like the Crusades and the Byzantine era and the rise of Islam, and like what actually happened in that cave revelation. And what about Muhammad's preaching in Medina versus Mecca, and like all of, like, how did it all start? How did it all?
The Byzantine Empire outlasted the Roman Empire by 1,000 years. So they were
Wow.
holding strong after Rome fell for quite a while. And we never learn about that because, I don't know, there's like this aversion to the Eastern, like, to Americans. Like, we hate everything on the Eastern, like, side of things. So like
Right.
it's sort of like treated as like this asthma
East
that we have to
versus
stay away from.
Yeah, East versus West and everything. But
Yeah,
yeah,
but
there's
I'm very into the history over there. It's
yeah.
really fascinating, especially the medieval time period. And it's nuts. Like, you have like these hordes of like steppe hordes, like the horse people, the Mongols and stuff like that. So you have all
Mhm.
these hordes like running around. So anytime like any tribe started doing somewhat well for themselves in that area, they would get completely massacred by
Wow.
like these hordes and these nomadic hordes and stuff. So yeah, the history over there is crazy.
Yeah, I'm really getting into just history in general. I think it's just the history of the world, and for me, Persia and Islam, how that fits into it, and how Rome fits into it, and Christianity. And so it's just this convergence of all these different ideas that we can trace through history and
Yeah,
how
and
they're impacting us.
it's wild how like you had the Roman Empire, the Holy Roman Empire, that then got taken over by Germany. And
Mhm.
so then the king of Germany became the Holy Roman the head of the Holy Roman Empire, and it's like, but he was a German guy. So the whole thing, it's like, it's crazy.
Yeah. Well, if we could learn that history, the 1400 year of Islamic conquest, I think that would be somewhere to get to start with in context of tonight's live stream. But yeah, I enjoyed having you on and Alex earlier, Megan, and we'll have to see
Yeah.
what we talk about in a couple weeks. See what topics are on the radar. So I would just encourage everyone that might still be listening almost 4.5 hours into this. I can't imagine who stuck with us through this, but God bless you and thank you for sticking around that long. And we just, we had a good conversation. It doesn't feel like that long. I think we covered so many bases. So God bless you all. Put your faith in the Lord Jesus Christ. That's ultimately what this is about. Believe the gospel, believe in grace through faith. And any last words, Megan, before I hit the end button here?
Yes, I agree with Afshin. We need to put our faith in Jesus Christ. We need to be positive too. I think it's really important to be positive and uplifting and coming up with ideas and solutions and talking about stuff, because that's how nothing's going to happen falling into a despair, black pill nonsense type of a thing. We have to keep moving forward. We have to keep looking forward. Americans are full of ingenuity and, greatness, and we can, do anything we put our minds to. So, that's what I
Amen.
would say.
Amen. And I just take comfort in that God is sovereign, and I just pray he's with all of us. So God bless you guys. Pray for us, and please subscribe so we can get these messages and broadcasts out to more people. God bless all. Thanks for coming on, Megan.
Thank you.